after after
Oh, my
hi. Hi.
spleen!
Yeah, I was scrambling a little bit. Um, cause yeah, I had to change the terms of the giveaway at the last minute. Whoops. I realized realized a little something. So yeah, now we just yeah, all those times I said sub only. Yeah, just yeah, anyone can hop in and just you exclamation point claim. You can tell this is the first time I've ever done one of these giveaway things, but live and learn. Am I right? Anyway, so with that, anyway, so yeah, just type claim, like type exclamation point claim in the chat, and you'll be entered into a chance to win Ace Attorney Chronicles on Steam. So, in the meantime, let's go get started on our our event for the night. So, I don't want to use it. So yeah, here to like
That could have been epic, but it wasn't.
uh
Allow me! Shower me with praise! Let my name echo in song! This may hurt a little. Yeah!
oh
Positions! Sure.
oh we got another thing for the another another thing for the okay. I here that uh, I'll just put it over here. Put it over like put it over here. I'm sure there's nothing important over there. Nah. Perfect. Beautiful spot. Yeah, thank you for the gift. Yeah, that'll be a fun addition. Anyway. Anyway.
This dance is for you!
Hi.
Yoo-hoo! Committed to memory! Make yourselves at home! Hold the line!
Spent the last few minutes basically trying to do a last minute change after realizing a few problems with the giveaway. But it's fine now. Fine now. Like, just be sure to press exclamation point claim and you'll be entered in. Enter into the giveaway and good luck with everyone entering. Yay. So, yeah. Just doing this as like as a little thank you to everyone everyone being who's been active and still active, and like or yeah. Anyway, how's the audio going? Game a bit loud? Game a bit loud? Let me check that.
Paimon coming in! Paimon coming in! Is this level okay? Can you hear Paimon? Paimon coming in! Paimon coming in! Is this level okay? Can you hear Paimon? Paimon coming in! Paimon coming in! Is this level okay? Can you hear Paimon? Hey! Are you just messing with Paimon?
By the way, if you want a free achievement in this game, just keep doing that until Paimon like yells at you, and that'll give you a free achievement for your trouble. Like so, 5 Primo Gems just for annoying her. What a deal! Yeah. Yeah. How's this? How's chat? Like, how's audio right now? Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess we'll have to see when we get to combat, but yeah, it'll be good.
Let's move out. Allow me. Yoo-hoo!
All right.
Temple of Wisdom. Committed to memory. With all my strength. All eyes on me. Yeah, this may hurt a little. Yeah. Let's change tactics. Bring refuge. Rest and rebuild. Strike a pose.
Yeah. I suppose like
Sharing my knowledge.
like if that's how you have fun with
Yeah,
with Breath of the Wild, then yes. Like it's basic. It's being it the game where you explore and make your own fun. And if your own fun it doesn't line up with how the game wants you to have fun, then you make your own fun. I don't know. Yeah, you could treat it like Breath of the Wild, and you'll be fine. Like, it is different, but it does have but the inspirations are very clear, are clearly there, so that you can have the play with the system.
Shower me with praise. Let the world collide. Dance with the waves. This may hurt a little. This was unwise. The Temple of Wisdom. Yoo-hoo! Grow. Billowing surge. Uphill battle.
Ow.
Let my name echo in song. Committed hell. With all my strength. Make yourselves at home.
There we go. Done. Okay. All right. That should do it. Yep. Ever since they added a new way to do commissions by just doing resin tasks, it's been a lot easier to just play daily and just my commissions and not, because now they have ways to do the commissions without actually doing the commission quest if you don't want to. Yeah. All right. Right. So. I got quite a few. But let's see. Either like test our luck. Oh, okay. Oh, hey Razor. Okay. I already got, like it says, I already have all of his constellations. I get 5. Get 5 star glitter. Star glitter.
Exactly. But
Yeah.
none of them believed me.
Right. So, anyway, job. So we do have can do a like a story quest with Emily, who's currently on the banner, but I'm gonna save that for next week when we're almost done with her banner, and her banner is almost about to flip over, and see if that changes my mind about her. Yeah. Holes. Yeah, checks and cats. Meow. Like this is just perfect for us, isn't it?
Whoa, nice graphics!
Oh, right. Anyway, so go near to the area named Hotel de Board. Not the bird, the board. Also, how about we just have a bunch of cats in the party? Kitty.
The hunt begins.
Meow. Almost all cat. Yeah. Meow. Right. Huh? Oh wait, I go too low. Go up higher. All right. Uh, up. Yep. Hi. Ooh, kitty. Kitty with a kitty. That was a little kitty.
Meow.
So despite the silver, no, it's not like I need to have the heart gauge there unless it's really important. Like, Opt, opt, precious, precious, kitty. It looks like he's wearing a tuxedo. He looks so dapper. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him in his little tux. So bow tie. So. Uh, Sorry. Sorry.
It's you. One second. Now activating chat mode.
Sorry. I didn't mean to scare.
You made me jump there. I thought they'd finally caught me.
What? Is that someone out to kidnap you?
Objectively speaking, the trouble was entirely of my own making.
What? What's wrong?
Half an hour ago, I was at Hotel de Boer for a drinks reception. It was to celebrate the successful opening of a show, but it was draining my energy. So, I waited for the right moment, then snuck away so I could switch to standby mode.
They sent someone to find you and bring you back? But why?
Probably because I'm playing the lead role in the show.
Wait, what?
Is that so surprising? I'm always getting invitations to do solo performances. I just usually get Linny to write back and turn them down. But then came the Fontanalia Film Festival. We took all the kids from the House of the Hearth out to see a film, and after it finished, they all started clamoring for me to try out acting for some reason. Even Linny was chanting along with them.
Oh.
Anyway, it just so happened that a director called Mary who had sent me an invitation right around then. I'll spare you the details, but basically, I ended up accepting it.
So this is a dramatic debut of the puppet, huh?
Yep, you nailed it. I'm playing the role of a puppet.
Okay.
In fact, the show's called The Lost Puppet, and it's a masked mime show. So I don't have to do any facial expressions or say any lines. Literally just a series of physical movements. The director says it's a very avant-garde art form.
Like, that does sound pretty avant-garde, but can people understand the plot?
Art is not comprehended by the mind, but felt in the heart. At least, that's what the director says. Anyway, if nothing else, the opening performance seemed to go down well.
Okay,
At the drinks reception, everyone was crowding around me, saying, "Triumphant character portrayal, faithful adaptation of the original work, unequivocally, quintessentially avant-garde," and stuff like that. But being the center of attention is draining. So the moment they left me to go harass the director instead, I was out of there.
So for once, you weren't able to get Lydia as a...
The other thing is, some weird things happened while I was on the stage.
What?
Oh, sorry, Bonnie. I didn't mean to leave you out of the conversation. My bad. No, we just met. We bumped into each other right after I slipped away.
Already named her?
Well, it'd be kind of difficult for us to communicate otherwise. Besides, I think she's taken a liking to the name. Haven't you, Bonnie? Yeah, that's right. Good kitty. We'll go find your owner soon, I promise.
Big cat then?
Nope. She's wearing a collar, and for the most part, she's pretty well groomed. If she is a stray, she hasn't been for long. Her
Really?
stomach's been growling a lot. I guess she must have been missing for a few days now. As much as I'd love to hang out with her for a while longer, her owner's probably worried sick about her. Assuming she has an owner, that is. But the reception... I should probably show my face there again at some point, even if it's just to make excuses and leave again. Decision time.
Tough decision for you?
Well, I just find it exhausting, thinking through all the different ramifications of different choices and so on. That's more Linny's area than mine. So, unless it's something really important, I usually just leave the decision-making to him.
Once he's not here when you need him. I bet that doesn't happen often.
It's fine. He got Fremonade to make me a little something for just this situation.
Oh?
Poof! A phaetometer.
What?
It looks pretty over the top, I know, but it's essentially just a box of cards. He kept the design simple, so it'd be
Wait.
harder to break.
Isn't this just the dice
The way
thing?
it works is,
the-
I pick a card at
doesn't it-
random, then look at the number on the card.
Wait, isn't this just that dice or that way of rolling a dice in that Dungeons and Dragons game we played with Corbin back a while ago? Helps you make a decision?
Well, for example, if the number on the card is 5 or higher, I help Bonnie find her owner. If it's less than 5, I go back to the reception.
Alright, that's simple.
I just have to believe in the bond between me and my cards, and my fate will reveal itself to me in numerical form.
Ah,
At least, that's what Linny said. Anyway, I guess I'll give you a demonstration.
okay. Okay.
I didn't like that. Was I using it wrong? Maybe if I just...
Um,
Clearly, there's some design flaws to iron out. I'll have to let Fremine know.
I feel like maybe this wasn't a design issue.
Let's see. Which card did I get? 4.
Oh. 5, so no helping Bonnie?
Well, the cards fell on the ground though, so I don't think it counts as fate. If
But
you want to
maybe
get the right answer, you have to let fate decide. Also something Linny said.
you also don't
So,
seem
to
to
put
really
it
want
another
to.
way, if picking a card up off the ground is how to not leave it to fate, then that means it must be the wrong answer.
I think what really meant is sometimes you have to accept the answer you didn't want.
Um, or why don't you pick a card? Since I ran into you here, that means uh, our fates are like interfering with each other.
You're really trying so hard. Really should leave the razzle dazzling to live.
Thank you. This one is final, I promise. Here, take the fatometer. If it's 5 or above, that means fate successfully changed. Anything lower than 5 is a fail. Also, if you have your own thoughts about what I should do, feel free to share it. Now that I've got a good problem solver here to help, I don't need to run every little thing by fate.
Alright, alright. You do neither? Why don't we let the fatometer
Alright. Then let's see where fate will lead me.
let the fatometer decide this time. Random number between 1 and 20. Not sure. Close my eyes and 18. Okay.
So, we're looking for Bonnie's owner?
I have to ask about this deck of
There's
cards.
20 cards in total, numbered 1 to 20. So there's only a 1 in 5 chance of drawing less than a 5. I should also mention, this time the cutoff was 5, but I just set that to wherever I feel like.
Wow, you really don't want to go back to that reception party.
To put it in perspective, I said I'd only do the show if I drew a 1. Fate can be pretty sneaky sometimes.
Uh-oh.
I think I'll go to the Steambird and see about putting an ad in the paper. You wanna come along? I think Bonnie wants you to come with.
Sure, I'll come along. I mean, if it means I get to hang out with you for a bit longer. What a good kitty. What a nice.
I could make a fortune from this.
Oh, so I get a fatometer as an item? Huh. I actually get to have it as a... Okay, cool. Actually get to have... Okay, so if you want to do something... If you want a dice roll, then there you go. Want to roll a d20 and Genshin Impact, then there you go. Hi.
Every stupendous day starts with a steambird. Oh, hi Lynette. Hi Traveler. What can I help you with?
Wanted to ask about the Tale of Humanity column?
I don't think so. Have you picked up a stray?
Yep. If there's no commission to follow up on, could we post a notice about the missing cat instead?
Why, of course. What a kind thing to do. Just fill out the form.
Well, we've registered you as missing. You can stay at my place until your owner finds you. Also, I just wanted to say thanks for keeping us company for so long. Well, I should probably head back to the drinks reception. Hopefully most of the people have left by now. If you've got some time, you should stop by my place tomorrow to see Bonnie. There's a nice cup of tea in it for you.
Or
Alright,
to it.
see you then.
Alright, next morning, 7, 9. Why don't we just do this? Let's just have this available. And if we just happen to run into someone with quests, then do them. Anyway, next day. Ooh, it's today's Navia's birthday? Hi there, dear partner. Before we talk business, I want to ask you a few questions first. When decorating a cake, do you think Lumitoil's was should go on top or should be stuck to the base? I'm also thinking it would make a gear mechanism that allows the cake to stay. The cake stand to spin. Wouldn't that be super fun? Oh, and one more thing. Do you reckon savory roast meat crepes could go with cream? Almost got everything up ready for the luncheon. If not for these few pending questions, there's no rush to answer me though. Bring your answers when you come. Yep, that's right. The business is to invite you to my birthday party. Let's keep it short and simple. I don't think there's a need to go into details. At the usual place then. All right. That's nice.
Tea is ready. Now it's time for a short rest.
Okay, 7. 7 o'clock tomorrow. Right.
It should be fine. I'm sure it'll get resolved.
Just win that, and oh, there's people here.
I believe this cat belongs to me.
I already told you, this isn't your cat.
What?
Just take a breather, you two.
Wait, what? What's going on?
Oh, you're here. As you can probably see, you'll have to take a rain check on that tea I promised you.
Oh.
At least for now.
Oh.
This is my friend's cat. He's preoccupied with some important business, so I came to retrieve her in his stead.
Okay. Passive checks are a special check, but instead of actively automatically trigger at specific times if you pass. Light check. Basic features is louder than authoritative.
No, it's far more likely this cat escaped from the Humane Society.
What? Well, you're not even claiming that this is your own. Oh,
Bonnie?
That's the name I've given her in the meantime.
Animal hand. All right, animal handling check. See who Bonnie decides to approach. 8 or higher for 3. Check failed. Instantly runs behind Lynette and poking her head in it.
This complicates things.
Didn't think she'd be so attached to you. It's hard to tell who the owner is.
I told you before. This is my friend's cat. It's normal for her not to trust me.
Listen, I'm the director of the Humane Society, okay? We've got so many strays, dogs, cats, you name it. I'm not even the one feeding them most of the time. You can hardly expect the cat to recognize me.
Then how are you so sure she belongs to you?
She just looked somewhat familiar, so I came to check, just in case.
Well, there's already someone
If she turns out to be one of ours, I'll take her back. Simple as that. Even if that's not the case, the Humane Society could still take her in, if no one else comes to claim her, that is.
But someone else is here to claim her, so there's no need.
We're an organization that specializes in rescuing and sheltering stray animals. We've been in business for several decades now. I'm Bernard, the current director.
The Humane Society. Huh. The name sounds familiar. I remember hearing good things. You're the one in the Quartier Lyonnais?
Yes, that's the one. Anyway, if it's not too much trouble, could I possibly take a closer look at the cat?
Well,
If it turns out I really am mistaken, I suppose that means the cat belongs to this lady here. She would be the only remaining option after all.
It belongs to my friend.
That's the key point. It should be.
Go on, Bonnie.
Oh, nope. Looks like I was mistaken. They do look similar, but there's an ever so slight difference in this one's fur color. Deepest apologies, friends. Well, I suppose this means I still have a missing cat to search for. Apologies again for the confusion.
So, is your friend's cat?
Oh, yes, exactly.
Really?
Wait a second. You lied earlier, didn't you?
Lied? I'm afraid I don't know what you mean.
Okay, what's your deal?
A liar always has a tell. The look in their eyes, their breathing pattern, the way they hold themselves. The things that can give you away are often more numerous than you would think.
Indeed.
What are you talking about? The way I see it, you're conflating baseless conjecture with fact.
Normally, when someone is called out, their breathing speeds up as they begin to panic. But your breathing pattern hasn't changed one bit. In fact, it's been strangely calm and measured this entire time. It stands to reason, then, that your agitated behavior earlier was all an act. If you're a bad guy, I'm sure you'll take off running the first chance you get. If you're a good guy, the most likely explanation is that you're a member of the Guards, or some similar organization.
And you're basing this off of?
Intuition. Nothing more.
Okay.
Intuition. Well, I have to hand it to you, Lynette. You're right. I'm a member of the Guards. The name's Elodie. I'm currently investigating a cross-border smuggling case. This cat here, Bonnie was her name? Well, her owner is one of the prime suspects of our investigation. A couple of days ago, our suspect got wind that we were on his tail and fled. That's most likely how he got separated from the cat.
Oh.
I just so happened to stumble upon your notice in the Steambird. So, I decided to see if he'd come back for her. But, it looks like I overestimated him.
If I were on the run, I don't know if I'd come back either, but I'm also terrible. But I'm also not a terrible person when it comes to, comes to cats.
The impact of this case has been huge. The Marechaussee Phantom, the Guards, and the Special Patrol have all launched investigations. If there was even the slightest chance that he would show himself, I had to follow up on the lead.
Let me get. So, what's being smuggled? Synth?
A new kind of illegal drug. Imitation synth.
Oh my gosh,
We've
really?
confiscated all the synth on the market, but addiction isn't something that goes away overnight. Even without substances on the market, people are still looking for a way to get their next fix.
Oh my
And
gosh.
criminals are all too eager to capitalize on that addiction. That was the impetus for imitation synth. Needless to say, a small-scale market opened up very quickly.
Okay.
After the original synth debacle, we put several measures into place to prevent similar incidents from occurring. The perpetrators got smart, though, and shifted their sales overseas before those measures could kick in. That's when the imitation synth smuggling began. We only recently got word of the presence of imitation synth overseas. We managed to track down evidence of some early transactions. What we were able to find out, however, hasn't proven that useful given the amount of time that has passed.
Really?
The Marechaussee Phantom launched an investigation to track down every person in Fontaine capable of producing a drug like that. That's how we learned about Bonnie's owner.
Exactly.
He's a researcher at the Fontaine Research Institute. His name is Pierre. Pierre Lafayette, to be exact.
Favor.
Oh. Wait. Her? Or know them? Really schools her expression was.
The Marechaussee Phantom found him in Poisson. In addition to the cat, he also had a pendant with him.
Huh? Okay.
At first, there wasn't much cause for suspicion. A search of his house didn't reveal much to go off of either. The Marechaussee Phantom very nearly left it at that. It was only later that we realized the coat of arms on his pendant belonged to none other than the Lafayette family, one of the most infamous aristocratic families in Fontaine.
Oh.
Obviously, this discovery prompted a further investigation into Pierre. At that point, however, we discovered that he'd already fled. Now the guards and the special patrol are all searching for him.
Wait. Wouldn't happen to have anything to do with her backstory. Could his family be hiding him?
That's not possible, actually. The Lefebvre family has been gone for a long time.
Exactly. Many years ago, several important members of the family, including the patriarch, were murdered by an assassin of unknown origin.
Oh.
From that point on, family's power and influence took quite the hit.
Oh.
The family is engaged in all manner of crimes. As you can imagine, there's no shortage of people waiting in the wings to take their revenge. And with the family severely weakened, they were able to do just that. Most of the remaining family members succumbed to sickness or hunger. The ones that survived are currently living out their days under a new identity. Pierre is one of those very survivors. He's been hiding away in the Fontaine Research Institute all these years. His true identity unbeknownst to all. Until now, that is.
Really? Is it really okay to share this information with us?
Well, my fellow guards have told me all about how smart and courageous you both are. And I know you possess a strong sense of justice.
Well, thank you.
There could be a chance that Pierre, or one of his accomplices, might attempt to get close to Bonnie. Now that you've been briefed on the situation, I was hoping you'd help us keep a lookout.
Maybe? I mean, Allegra Clark has, Allegra Clark does voice, one of the main, does voice a playable character in this game, too, so very possible.
If I take Bonnie back to the guards with me, there's no way Pierre will try and come for her. Not even the most daring of criminals would attempt something like that.
Bonnie's with us for the time.
I have to admit, I'm not holding out too much hope that Pierre will come back for her.
Oh,
But if there's
interesting.
even the slightest chance, then it's worth a shot. Well, I've got some other leads to follow up on. If Pierre does appear, please contact me right away.
Oh, we got... You don't look so good.
It's nothing. I'm fine. It's just... the head of the Lefebvre family. He was the eminent person who kidnapped me all those years ago.
Oh.
It was at a dinner party. Someone tricked me into boarding the Lefebvre family carriage. Whoever it was, they took me back to their home. But before anything worse could happen, Father intervened.
Oh. And so the assassin Elodie mentioned...
Yep. Father was the one who orchestrated the fall of the Lefebvre family. That's what led Lenny and I to join the House of the Hearth.
Ah.
After all these years. I never thought I'd hear the Lefebvre name again.
Okay?
Don't worry about me. I wasn't feeling sorry for myself. I was just thinking about Lenny. He's been acting strange recently. He avoids me for days on end, consumes himself with some secret investigation, and then out of the blue pushes me to do that acting job. Thinking about it now, it's almost like the one I drew from that deck of cards was part of his plan all along. He must have asked Fremine to help him out. In any case, I know he's hiding something from me. He's really pulled out all the stops this time.
Think he knows about
It's
him?
very possible. I'm sure he tried to send me away because he was afraid it would bring up some painful memories for me. It wasn't necessary, though. Even after all these years, he's still as overprotective as ever. You'll have to help me teach him a lesson if we run into him along the way.
Somewhere?
Yep. I want to head to the Fontaine Research Institute to learn more information about Pierre. Just let me activate search mode and then we'll head out. Who knows? Maybe we'll run into Lenny along the way.
Trying to help him out with the investigation, or are you just trying to prove your...
A little bit of both, perhaps. For the most part, though, I just have the sense that something's not right. Something isn't adding up about Pierre's story. I'm just not sure what.
I also want to know what's hiding. You just gotta take the bull by the horns, right?
Okay, I'll write a letter explaining everything to the crew. Once that's done, we can head out.
Okay. Right then. Kitty. Yeah, kitty. Multiple kitties. Anyway, I know I said that the entry was gonna be at 10, but apparently my giveaway timer added an extra 10 minutes along the way, so or I did the math wrong. So I'm just gonna go with the giveaway timer, just like just like make things simple. Yeah. Oh. Like, oh. Look who's. Yeah. Yeah, they have a bunch of kitties over here.
Lynette, you're, not at rehearsal?
You can drop the act, brother. In fact, I don't think either of us will have a need for acting anytime soon. You should know better than to try and keep something from me. You've never been able to do that.
40 seconds!
Kids.
And that's why I tried to distract you with the masked mime show. But I guess you're just too good.
Yep.
Care to introduce us to your new assistant?
This is Officer Shovras, captain of the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol. You may have met her already.
Again?
Nice to see you.
Yeah.
I should clarify something. Mr. Lenny's here at my invitation, not the other way around. To borrow your expression, Miss Lynette, I suppose that would make him my assistant more than anything. We've brought on Mr. Lenny as a consultant in the past. He was instrumental in helping us crack a case involving a perpetrator who used magic tricks to commit crimes. I was hoping he'd be able to provide some valuable insight this time around as well.
Here because of the Lefebvre case?
So you've heard everything then?
Yep.
That's exactly why we're here. There's always been questions surrounding the fall of the Lefebvre family. Some people even believe the House of the Hearth was involved.
What?
Whoever was behind it all was extremely cautious. They didn't leave a shred of evidence. This very fact, however, leads me to believe it was indeed the work of that harbinger. I took a look at the entrance and exit records of all the carriages that night. Let's just say it wasn't hard to deduce that there's ill will between you two. Don't worry, I don't have any evidence to that effect, and I certainly don't plan on going to bat for such a despicable family. Plus, you were victims back then more than anything. I sought Mr. Lenny's help with the smuggling case. Nothing more.
So you're teaming up with the House of the Hearth?
The way I look at it, it's a collaboration between us as people, not the organizations we represent.
Huh.
Besides, by working together, we can expose the truth as quickly as possible. You can hardly say that's at odds with the justice my organization strives for.
I'm assuming you wouldn't be opposed to some. Oh.
Not at all. I was planning to invite you from the very beginning, Miss Lynette. It's just that my assistant here raised some objections.
Lenny, I'm not the same person I was back then. That little girl who did nothing but cower in the corner in fear, she doesn't need saving anymore.
Want to protect your listeners will stay little forever. Why, she's your twin.
I'm sorry, Lynette. You're right. I let my concerns get the better of me.
Oh, and the next time you want to distract me, you should try a different approach.
Yo.
Who's this? You pick up a stray while I was gone?
Actually.
It's a bit complicated. I'll explain later. Anyway, her name's Bonnie.
Well, if there are no objections, then I suppose the only thing left to say is... Lynette, Traveler, welcome to the team.
But Bonnie's also a part of the team. It's gonna be very important.
It appears the Lefebvre family was very particular in their use of insignias and emblems. The family would use different emblems to mark differences in status, blood relation, and the like. In fact, the insignia that was discovered on the pendant was used to represent an illegitimate child.
So that would mean Pierre is a bastard child?
It's highly likely. That very status might have been what allowed him to emerge from the fall of his family relatively unscathed. It would also explain why he was able to assume a new identity as a researcher with relative ease.
We discovered something interesting, though.
That's
After
Dunban
talking to
over
some of
there!
his co-workers, it appears he pretty much works at the Institute in name only. He's practically been cast out.
Your objection is that it's Stuntman over there? Anyway, so...
Apparently, Pierre was once addicted to synth.
Oh.
He tried to use the resources at the Institute to create a substance with a similar effect.
Hey,
He claimed it was just for research purposes.
Uh-huh.
The Institute revoked his access to the relevant materials regardless. He was placed on disciplinary leave, pending a thorough investigation of his actions. But it seems the Institute ran into some trouble along the way. Could have been a lack of personnel or a timing issue. In any case, they had to table their formal investigation into Pierre.
Huh.
Unfortunately, that also included reporting any relevant information to the higher authorities.
Right.
As for his family background, it appears none of his co-workers at the Institute were aware of that information. All they could tell us was that he was quite the recluse.
Take our investigation elsewhere. Did you find anything useful at his residence?
Other than the pendant, we didn't find anything else of note at his residence in Poisson.
Huh.
Based on the samples of imitation synth we've been able to analyze, it appears the substance leaves behind strong traces wherever it's produced or stored. Those traces might not be obvious to the casual observer, but they're not something our guard poodles would miss. Pierre's home, though, came up completely clean. We didn't find any records indicating possible involvement in overseas transactions either. So, the Marechaussee Phantom didn't view him as a major suspect at first.
First?
Maybe he had a separate, dedicated area where he made the imitation synth.
Well, his neighbors did say he was often gone for long stretches of time.
Hey.
You would think with him out and about so much, people would have spotted him around Poisson, but residents said they barely ever saw him in town.
Hey.
If his reclusive nature was just a matter of keeping a low profile, I guess it would make sense for him to have a secret base to carry out his business.
After he disappeared, the guards conducted a thorough search of Poisson, but they didn't come across any suspicious locations.
Poisson.
Is it, Lynette?
You know Hotel de Boer, where I first found Bonnie? To get there from Poisson, you have to cross a stretch of ocean. It's not somewhere a cat could just wander off on its own.
A cat? You mean...
Yeah, Bonnie.
Bonnie is Pierre's cat.
Yep.
Oh, that's right! When the Marechaussee Phantom first tracked him down, I remember there being something about a cat in their report. So this is her?
Yep.
From what we've learned about Pierre's habits, he doesn't seem like the type to venture out without a purpose. So what you're saying, Lynette, is that Bonnie couldn't have gone missing in Poisson.
Hey.
If that's true, then...
Must have wandered off only after Pierre brought her face.
Exactly. Bonnie might even know where it is.
But...
Wait, you think the cat can lead us there? But she's not trained like one of our guard poodles. How is she supposed to understand what we want her to do?
Animal handling check. I can give it a go. Meow, meow, meow. Wow. Nat 1. Freaking Nat 1. Jeez.
Guess she's a little skittish around strangers.
I'll leave it to you then.
Meow. Meow meow. Meow. Near the coast, the beach, and beneath the cliffs. The place we're looking for is most likely north of the court of Fontaine.
Well, I've certainly never taken a witness statement like this before.
Well, if it works out, maybe it's something worth getting used to.
It's an Ace
Cats and
Attorney
humans
case for
are
sure.
actually pretty alike. When it comes to communication, most of what we want to convey can be accomplished through body language alone. But humans tend to rely too much on speech to ever take advantage of that fact. Of
Yeah.
course, body language has its limitations. You're not gonna be able to get across anything too complicated.
The important thing is that we now have a lead. Let's try and find a place that matches the clues Bonnie gave us.
Oh. Alright. Dang. Didn't think I would get a natural 1 on animal handling. Like, I didn't even, and I don't even have stats to help me with that. Have the charisma or wisdom for it. Charity?
Seems like Bonnie is trying to take us somewhere.
Oh. Buddy? Go, kitty. Where we going? Going. Where we going?
Gardamex ahead.
Look
Oh.
out!
Delivery! Can't handle your drink. Huh. Over here. Ha! Wipe out! Cue the spotlight. Surprise! Huh. Coming through. Shaken and stirred. Water jet. Yeah! Yeah! Scratch that! Service with a smile! Think you can bully me? Diana special! Let the magic begin!
Meow.
Over here!
Kitty power. Oh, reinforcements. Oh, great. Yeah.
Cue the spotlight! Step on up! Sign here, please!
Okay, sign here.
Look at you, Bootown! Coming through! Surprise!
Giveaway is almost. The
Water jet!
winner is almost time to be announced. Here to enter
Over here!
in. Wait.
Let the
And
magic
anyone
begin!
who wants in or hasn't entered can still
I'm here!
type in exclamation point claim to get a spot in giveaway.
Water
Is-
jet! Express delivery! Scratch that! Shaken and stirred! Can't handle your drink! Huh! Scratch! Huh. Over here! Water jet! Bombs away!
And I definitely know a few things, definitely learned a few that
Shaken
keep in mind
and
next
stirred!
time.
Step on up!
Anyway,
Cue the spotlight!
alright, near the base. Meow. Meow.
Wow, Lynette, you found this place so easily.
All thanks
If I
to
thought there
Bonnie.
was any chance you'd say yes, I'd recruit you into the special patrol here and now. No questions asked.
Sounds familiar. I pretty much receive letters daily from people trying to poach her from me.
Let's just focus on our search. There's a lot to investigate.
Something.
Seems Linny is saying some strange things again. It's really worrying.
Okay. Oh, just wait. Just... Alright, for now I'm just gonna focus on them. Anyway, hi. And also just...
Aha! Just as we thought. This is where the imitation synth was being made.
Ah, out in the open? These bottles and jars are all...
Looks like he's got more than just imitation synths stashed around here.
Ooh.
In addition to the raw materials needed to synthesize the substance itself, there's a large quantity of cleaning agents and a few drugs I haven't been able to identify. These cleaning agents are likely used to dispel traces of the substance, like its smell. The Special Patrol did some digging into imitation synth. Our records indicate that it's very difficult for ordinary people to detect traces left behind by the stuff. I'm sure that was the case for Pierre as well. It must have taken a considerable amount of time and skill to ensure all those traces get washed away. But what are these other drugs for?
Bit concerning.
But what are these other drugs for?
The material these bags are made of, it's quite rare.
Oh. Looks like...
It's the very same, actually. Romaritime flower fiber.
Oh.
But there's something special about the composition of these bags. I took a closer look, and it appears they're not only waterproof, but also corrosion and leak resistant. Even the strings look specially designed to keep the bags closed nice and tight. I came across some bags made of the same material just now, but they were much smaller and thinner. From the look of them, they seemed far less durable as well.
So, kind of like the one... bags?
Very similar, actually. Normally, it would be easy for a guard poodle to sniff out the imitation synth, but if it was sealed away in a bag like that, it might be possible to elude detection for some time. But what could these big bags be for then? If the goal is to keep the imitation synth hidden and sealed away, these bags seem a bit too conspicuous. But what could these big bags be for then? If the goal is to keep the imitation synth hidden and sealed away, these bags seem a bit too conspicuous.
When the Marechaussee Phantom searched Pierre's house, there was no sign of these barrels, right?
Must have moved them, but out here...
You're right. That doesn't seem like his way of doing things. How did he get them here, then?
Examine the barrels. Find a water stain. See a pattern. Location of the water stain. Appear to be half of the barrel. Lids don't seem very, leaving sizable gaps around. Water inside.
Only the lower halves of the barrels appear to have been submerged in water.
Based on the various ingredients we've found, this appears to be where Pierre was cooking up his imitation synth. It looks like he used a special cleaning agent to get rid of any residual traces of the substance on his person before he left. That's how he was able to get past the guard poodles.
Phantom didn't find anything.
So then he transferred the imitation synth into small sealed bags and took it somewhere else for the drop-off.
No. I don't believe our suspect is the kind of person who'd go around carrying incriminating evidence with him. That would potentially create too many eyewitnesses. The cleaning agent and the sealed bags might get past the guard poodles, but if a member of the public or even a guard on patrol happened to see him during the drop-off, a quick search would reveal everything. That's still a very risky operation.
So what about if they drop off? Had it going around the seat?
The barrels we found were wet around the base, but the top half was dry. As if they'd been standing upright in the water.
Like that.
If you put a barrel in the water, it will normally float on its side. Unless it's heavily loaded, in which case it'll sink.
Fill big bags full of air. Bring them into air floating device.
Yes. With flotation rings around the body of the barrels, they'd stay upright in the water. And then he could afford to load them more fully.
Really?
You think he used floating barrels? I suppose if he acted at night, when there are very few other boats around and visibility is low, it's a valid theory. We can't rule it out.
But then, wouldn't the barrels be carried off by the waves or the currents? How would the person doing the pickup know where to look?
Barrels that could float away and get lost. Not difficult to keep in one place, kind of like pets.
Traveler, can you come take a dip in the sea with me? I have a feeling that somewhere down there, we might find some rope. If a rope can be used to keep a pet from running away, then why not a barrel?
A barrel to keep it.
I can't believe how much progress we're making with this investigation. Without your help, getting this far would have taken me an awful lot of time and manpower.
Right there. Right, 2 minutes left.
It's rare to see Lynette in serious mode. I wonder how long she'll keep it activated for.
This way. Hey, Adam, you won the giveaway. Would you like it? Okay, and grab your. Alrighty. That's just. I could just send it to you. Hold on. I know I have it. I just Steam code. There you go. Alright, sent. I just DM'd you on board and go. Joy. Congrats. And now I know in the future what to do and what not to do for like when planning ways of the future. I basically learned that my original plan for the giveaway would have been problematic. Like if someone reported me. But yeah. Yo. Okay, on Steam. Like, okay, on Steam there is a like under like okay. So on Steam there's a like in the games tab there's a like there's a selection called activate a product on Steam. That should do it. Or am I just getting okay. Okay. There you go. Alright. Oh, gotta be worried there for a second. That I might have accidentally like or might have done something wrong or I did something. But yeah, I basically had an extra copy of the game. I already owned it. Capcom Summer. All right, sweet. Yay. Yay. Right. Okay. Anyway, let's continue on our little. Hey. Oh, there's a boat. There's a boat
The
here.
wreckage of a small boat? This isn't the place. This isn't the place.
Oh,
Got it. Time to go up and report.
perception check just found something. Right, time to make a report. Whee! You know, diving onto the rock sounds like a really painful way to do it. Okay.
As expected, we found a few pieces of rope and some anchoring stones underwater. If you attach them to a floating barrel, it would look like this.
Huh. Oh. Huh.
With this anchoring system, it would be possible to use floating barrels for the drop-off. You would just need to drop them in the water at the agreed-upon location. We also came across the wreckage of a small boat. It must have been left out on the water and capsized due to the force of the wind and waves. Its small size, however, would have made it perfect for staying undetected.
Let's talk this through. Based on the evidence we've collected, it seems like Pierre would row a small boat out to the agreed-upon transfer point, drop off the barrels, leave, and then row back and retrieve them after the transfer was complete.
Huh. Case. So, but why use such a convoluted drop-off? Would it be easier for both parties to meet up at the transfer point right there and then?
It could be that he was trying to avoid meeting up with his associate face to face. As one of the sole survivors of the Lefebvre family, maybe he was just used to that sort of elusive lifestyle.
It seems like Pierre deliberately chose the floating barrel method so that the goods could be dropped off and picked up at separate times. That way, the two parties wouldn't have to meet each other.
Well, if that's the case, they must not have a very close working relationship.
Let's not jump to any conclusions just yet. Assumptions can be detrimental to solving a case. It's possible they were just trying to keep a low profile. Two boats sailing to the same location at once could be too conspicuous. The most important thing is that we can now confirm Pierre wasn't acting alone. The floating barrel drop-off system is proof enough of that. Let's say for now that he was only in charge of producing the imitation synth. That would mean there has to be at least one other person involved in the operation, likely in charge of transporting the goods across the border.
Why we couldn't find evidence of any overseas?
Since we've determined that the goods were transported by boat, maybe we can track down some travel logs or something.
We can certainly check the various ports for that information. It's possible, however, that Pierre's associate also used a small boat for the transport, and docked along the shore rather than at a large port. If that's the case, it's unlikely there would be any record left behind.
Looked into the ports already?
Absolutely. Before Pierre disappeared, we made sure to investigate all sorts of outward-bound vessels. We also had port authorities keep a lookout for anything suspicious. Unfortunately, we were never able to find out how they managed to get the imitation synth across the border.
Barrels isn't.
You're right. Whatever vessel was used for the pickup, the person responsible for smuggling the substance out of Fontaine would have had to use a larger vessel for the actual transport. That's the only way they would be able to smuggle on a large enough scale to make a profit. They must have found a way to disguise the imitation synth to clear port inspections.
Even if we can't find the travel logs, we could see further clues?
Exactly. We can't let any opportunities slip through the cracks. Although, given the amount of ports that could be involved, we should probably split up.
I'll run home and ask some of my brothers and sisters to try and dig up some information.
I should also head back and update my platoon on our progress. I'll grab some reinforcements while I'm at it. Lynette, Traveler, why don't you head to Lumideus Harbor and see what you can find out?
Okay.
All right. Come on, Bonnie. You too.
Kitty. Alright, all the way to Lumiduce Harbor. Wait, where is this gonna go? Is this how we... This is the Mondstadt area? Or how the trade route to Mondstadt happens?
Tea is ready. Now it's time for a short rest.
Okay, so... Right, onward. Hey,
Oh, Lynette, traveler. And Bonnie, too.
Oh, hi.
What brings you all here?
Oh,
Did something happen?
I'm here to check the travel log. Like, nice to see you again, Nola.
Oh. I see. Thank you for everything you're doing for the people of Fontaine.
Doing here?
I'm in charge of guarding the port. You mentioned you were after some travel logs, right?
Right.
I can go fetch those for you.
Oh, thank you. That's helpful.
Looks like I've got another hard day of work ahead of me.
Usually pretty hectic around here.
No, not usually. It's this incident that happened recently. Before that, everything was normal. All we had to do was confiscate anything suspicious and we could call it a day. Pretty simple stuff.
Fair
But
enough.
things are much more complicated now. We somehow let suspicious cargo pass through the port undetected. Not even our guard poodles were able to sniff it out. Even worse, we still don't know how the perpetrator was able to conceal the goods so well.
Yeah, that...
By suspicious cargo, do you mean imitation synth?
Yep. However, prohibited substances are just one example. We confiscate all sorts of contraband during the course of our inspections. Or at least, we're supposed to.
So what happens to the goods you confiscate?
Oh, we keep them in a storage locker. If they turn out to be something particularly dubious, we'll turn them over to the Maison Orderly.
And if not, we just have a little bit of a party. I mean, what?
If the goods are only slightly suspicious but could otherwise be harmless, like raw materials that could potentially be used to create contraband, we return them to the ship they were confiscated from, instead of letting them pass through the port.
Okay.
Sorry for the wait.
Okay.
These are the travel logs for all the recent activity at the port.
Okay. Hey, puppy.
Oh, you brought Gerard with you.
Actually, he followed me here himself. It's like he smells something on me.
Fuzzy. Meow?
Huh. I wonder why Gerard is reacting to you two so strongly.
Could it be because we just left the place where the imitation synth made?
Huh? We were so careful not to touch it, but we still ended up with traces on us. If it leaves a residue so easily, I just don't understand how the culprit was able to disguise the goods at all.
Hey.
Why don't you have a look at the travel logs first? All ships coming in and out of the port are recorded here, except for the ones the port authorities ride to and from work.
Okay. Humane Society?
The Humane Society.
You've encountered that organization before, right?
Their name is all over the exit logs. The purpose for leaving is always listed as overseas adoption.
Wait.
The director of the organization explained that, actually. He said a lot of the cat and dog breeds unique to Fontaine are also very popular overseas. So, his organization offers an overseas adoption program.
Wait. Are they smuggling contraband through animals? Like through the pets? But they're just using these like stray cats and dogs and then just sending them. Do the animals get inspected?
Bernard, the director of the Humane Society, was the man who came looking for Bonnie earlier.
Yeah, that seemed a bit... A cat fled from Pierre, looks just like the cat from the human. Seems as if Bernard was also hiding something. He insisted, but also ran away a cursory check before leaving like that. Looks like the cat that the Humane Society is looking. Could it really be a coincidence? But Bernard was also hiding something. Came looking for Bonnie earlier. What if he wasn't actually there to check if Bonnie was in the cat? Maybe he was there for some other purpose.
Have you figured it out too, Traveler? The way the criminal disguised the goods? When Bernard asked to take a closer look at Bonnie, he was actually checking whether there was any imitation synth in her stomach.
Using the animals at his shelter to smuggle imitation.
Wait, what?
The sealed bags we found at the secret base. They were specially made to be corrosion resistant.
So they wouldn't be digested. They were freaking feeding them. They were freaking feeding the animal like sealed drugs. That is okay. Also, I don't know why that. What? That definitely got rid of the giveaway. So, why is there now? Excretion. Um, feeding them, enough so that they use the bathroom, I suppose. There. Okay. Get rid of that. Yeah, that because I remember because I know like apparently that's actually a thing, or that like a similar thing was done with like through with human like with immigrants with like 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 or through like or like through drug trades through like people like immigrating like to and from like between borders by basically putting like having them consume this bag like a bag full of drugs and then having it get uh excreted out later. But there would also be, but of course there were like some issues with had like some problems did come because well sometimes the bags would actually break in transit, causing bad things to happen. So yeah,
And there were gaps around the lids of the barrels, and airbags were used to keep them upright in the water.
so the animals would be able to breathe.
Those drug Shivers found at the secret base. She most likely didn't recognize them because they're not used on human beings. It's an anesthetic used on pets. The perpetrator must have given it to the animals.
They would keep still in the floating barrels.
Pierre must have made the animals swallow the sealed bags full of imitation synth at his secret base. Then he stuffed them into floating barrels and left the rest to Bernard.
The sealed bags combined with an animal's body odor would certainly be enough to mask the scent of imitation synth.
During our inspections, we would have never thought to inspect the bellies of those animals for anything suspicious. Even if we tried to feel around for something, I'm sure it would be difficult to detect.
Real.
Exactly. I bet Bernard even transported animals with synth in their stomach alongside ones without. That way, it would be even harder to say with certainty that something was amiss.
You think Bonnie could have imitation synth in her stomach?
She's probably in the clear. Otherwise, Bernard would have never left without her.
Yeah,
I'm
that is
guessing
true.
He didn't know whether Pierre had already hidden the next batch of imitation synth before he fled. Just imagine. He sees the notice we put in the Steambird, and it turns out that one of the very cats he gave to Pierre for the smuggling operation is out in the open, roaming the streets of Fontaine.
Right.
If Pierre had already hidden the next batch of imitation synth, then Bonnie would practically be living proof of their crimes.
So he needed to
He
get
would
her.
have had no choice but to go after her.
Right.
So, that's why he came to find you and insisted on taking a closer look at the cat.
Karen must have fled in a hurry. The fact is probably what spared Bonnie.
Wait a second, I'm a little lost here. I get the part about hiding the substance in the pets, but those, what did you call them again? Floating barrels? Why even put the animals in there in the first place? If you've got something as convenient as a floating barrel, why not just stuff it with the imitation synth directly? Why not wait to hide the stuff until after the exchange has been made?
In order to make sure the animals could swallow the sealed bags, they made them extremely thin. Had they not done that, the animals would have likely bitten or chewed through them.
And if any of the imitation scents leaked out, they would also have needed a lot of cleaning agents to get rid of the resulting smell.
That step would have required a lot of energy, as well as a certain amount of technical expertise. So, it was better left to the more experienced Pierre.
Yeah,
We've already proven how easy it is to pick up trace amounts of imitation synth, so I'm sure Bernard was taking all the precautions he could to avoid the same fate.
Yeah, that would...
Okay, then let's head to the Humane Society right away and bring that guy to justice.
Yeah.
I'll bring a Gardamek to speed up the process.
Alright. Sounds good. But holy frick, man!
Sorry, but I can't go with you. Surely you'll be able to handle him, what, between Elodie's Gardamek and all three of you?
Yeah, that's fine, but... Just so messed up, man. So messed up. Man, now now it's gonna be even harder to get like to adopt pets from out between borders. They're gonna be harder than before.
The headquarters of the Humane Society should be somewhere around here. Bernard could show up any moment now.
Like now.
From earlier. Wait, you're from the guards?
Yeah, what up? What of it? Surely you're not. Surely you're
After
not.
him! We can't let him get away!
Alright, get back here, Buster! Alright. Okay.
Give it up, Bernard.
Alright.
Mercy. Have mercy. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything I know.
Good,
The
good.
Humane Society has done so much good over the years, and yet you have committed such an atrocious deed in its name.
Look, I didn't have a choice, okay? My father cared about those blasted animals so much, he didn't bother to take care of his human wife and son at all. While those animals were showered with love, I lived worse than a dog.
No one asked. Tell me, how did you first get to know Pierre?
Well, after I took over the Humane Society, it gradually became harder and harder to maintain its operations. Until one day, someone suddenly passed me a letter. It said that I could stand to get a large sum of money as long as I helped them to transport some animals abroad. It was only after a few such transports that I finally understood what I was really transporting.
Yeah, but you didn't
then
stop.
Pierre wrote to me, saying that we were already partners in crime and that I better keep cooperating with him if I didn't want to be reported to the guards.
Russian seem. Hint of dishonesty. Yeah, he's lying.
You knew it from the very beginning, didn't you? The reason why you had to go through so many steps just to transport some animals.
I'd suggest that you confess everything right now if you don't want to add anything else to your list of crimes.
Deal.
Yes, officer.
Good, good.
I would order wooden barrels and flotation devices according to his instructions, and then load the sleeping animals onto a boat. Once I sailed to the location he provided, I would dump everything together into the sea. And a few days after that, I'd come by again in my boat and pick up the animals sleeping in the barrels. Once I had received enough of them, I'd bring them to the harbor to be adopted abroad. That guy, Pierre, he was running the entire show. He set up all the meeting times and found all the foreign adopters. Oh, and he even supplied all of the goods, too. I just did the transport. He was the one who planned out and executed everything else.
So where is he now?
Look, I don't know, okay? I've never ever met him in person. We've only ever communicated through letters.
And
And when did he send his final letter to you?
Just last night, he said that the Marechaussee Phantom is now after him, so he's planning to go into hiding for some time. He didn't mention where he's thinking about going, though, but he did tell me to look out for the guards.
It's been a few days since Pierre's last appearance. I'd wager that he sent that letter after he found his hiding spot.
Where's that letter now?
I burned them. It was on his orders. I had to burn every letter after reading them. I wasn't even allowed to share them with the rest of the society employees.
Sure sounds like you're trying to use the lack of witnesses or evidence to pin the blame on Pierre.
No, I swear, this time I'm only telling you the truth.
Well, we can check the truth of your statements at the Opera House. I hope you know what'll be coming for you if I were to find any discrepancy between the evidence and the testimony you just gave.
Yep.
I know, I swear I was just telling the truth.
My thanks to you both. Had it not been for you, I really don't know what would have happened to this case.
Not done
Bonnie
already.
helped, too.
Yeah, Bonnie was a big help.
That's true. It was all thanks to her that Bernard was finally exposed.
Yeah, but we're oh.
And it looks like she's grown quite fond of you two as well.
Yeah.
Then I'll leave you be. Just let me know if you find any other new leads.
No. Stop.
Now behave, and follow me to the interrogation room.
Ow, that hurt. Ow!
Is everything really over? I still feel like the relationship between Pierre and Bernard is not as simple as it appears. Also, I've had this strange sense that something's off the entire time we've been on the case. And it has only gotten worse.
Bonnie's the mastermind.
Ugh. No good. I've still got nothing, and I'm nearly out of energy.
Oh frick! Don't worry yourself.
Alright, I'll stop thinking about it for now. At the very least, we've made it so that no more animals will suffer like those poor animals did. And that's what I hope. Let's go to the Humane Society and see if there are any animals left that might still need our help. Before my energy for today completely runs out.
Yeah, that. Oh, okay. No poverty lies beyond. On your mind still?
That was that obvious, huh? Well, even though it didn't feel like Bernard was lying, after talking to him, I'm getting an even stronger sense that something's not quite right.
What?
We investigated so quickly that perhaps we've missed a thing or two along the way. Let me activate deduction mode and consider things again from the top to see if we can find anything new. Is there still anything unresolved or strange that we should try to consider? The Marechaussee Phantom found Bonnie and the Lefebvre pendant at Pierre's residence. That was the beginning point of our investigation.
Their family's infamous, and even their innocent science became revenge, but Eric carried the pendant with him. He had been with Pete since the first meeting. Handsome, body looking for her. So that shouldn't. Pattern on the pendant is proof that the child they left in their family. Bernard, the traffic animal, directly face rather than on. Pierre became a suspect in the case because
There's no need to rush. Let's see if we can find any other suspicious points about this case. Bernard claims to have received a letter last night from Pierre. In the letter, Pierre stated that he had gone into hiding. Is there something wrong with the letter?
regardless of whether he sent it anonymously or secretly delivered himself, no, it's no longer something we can pick up on. Or didn't mention Pierre's hiding spot. Sense that Pierre wouldn't want to find him. Bonnie had already been on the loose when we found her yesterday morning. That had already broken. The point of the letter was to tell Bernard to get on his guard. Then why didn't also warn him about Bonnie?
If Bonnie had imitation synth in her body, then she was a liability that had to be recovered at all costs. But if she wasn't carrying anything, then it would have made sense to tell Bernard not to worry. And thinking about it, Bernard only attracted our attention in the first place because he came to look for Bonnie.
So he didn't
Could
know.
it be that the person who wrote the letter also knew nothing about Bonnie's whereabouts? Or they had a separate goal entirely.
Right. There's also an unexplained part of the operation of trafficking.
Well, we've discovered that Bernard is responsible for the trafficking, while Pierre deals with supplying the goods. Is there something else in this scheme that we're missing?
They always communicated in writing. All those letters have been burned, so we can't trace anything. Hard proof that Bernard and Pierre coordinated their handle. Water. Any past member of the Fair family, they would have had a number of pain. Bernard could be compensated for his work after the shipment. No suspicious record would be left as long as funds as an individual rather. According to the Chevre's patients, Pierre had been formerly reprimanded for his sins related no longer get any materials on the Fontaine.
There's no need to rush. Perhaps we are now closing in on the truth.
Now behave, and follow me to the interrogation room.
That hurt.
Wait. Adequate preparation and friendly aid can somehow affect the result. Ah! Okay. So we get a +5 because of the clue we got. 2. 7. So we still failed. Okay. Alright, so... Okay, interesting. This is a very interesting way of... Very interesting. We have to review it, like, actually do a good job at reviewing.
We investigated. Is there still any?
Okay. Take it from the top.
The Mara show safe.
Huh?
Why would he leave such an obvious trail for us to follow when he took so much care to not leave any traces of imitation synth in his home?
Right.
Bernard claims to have.
Okay.
If Bonnie had imitation synth in her and thinking about it, but could it be that the... Well, we've just...
Ah, gee.
There's no need to rush.
Was the ingredients.
Now behave. And
That hurt.
Okay, now we get a plus 10. Reach a 20. 8. 18. Dang. Dang. Man, this is quite the D&D check. Quite the contemplation check that we have to go through. Try this again. Now I'm wondering if it's even possible to get. I mean, it's probably possible to get the number.
Well...
Ingredients.
Yeah, according to Bernard, Pierre also supplied all of the goods. But if the Marechaussee Phantom's records are correct, Pierre should have lost all access to the materials required to create the imitation synth.
Okay.
And the Institute has also not reported any theft of their stocks. Bernard claims to have If Bonnie had imitations and thinking about it, could it be that the Marechaussee... Why would he leave such an obvious trail for us to follow when he... The final question is, why did I sense that something wasn't right after hearing Bernard's testimony? Even more so than before.
Both written letters and the handoffs using spinning barrels are indication to be accepted. Pierre that complicated operations plan. They also exposed themselves to the guards. Bernard has never met Pierre. Feels like the plan and the exposed, like the plan and the expose, done by two separate up. Wait, what? There's still a third person out there. Bernard himself never knew it wasn't Bernard that had been wrong. Bernard knew that it wasn't Pierre that had been pulling the string along. It was
Deductive mode deactivated. I think we may be close to the actual answer.
Now behave and follow me to the
Ah, that hurt.
hey, okay, now we have a guaranteed 20. We got a 1. Now we got a 21. Hold it!
Is there something else you need from me, traveler?
Bernard and Pierre, they weren't really acting alone, were they?
Huh?
I see. It all makes sense now.
Hey, what are you talking about? Look, even our confessed criminal here has no idea what you're saying.
Exactly.
Because he has been kept in the dark all along. And I assume it's the same with Pierre.
Bernard thought he was communicating with Pierre, and Pierre thought he was taking orders from Bernard. But for all this time, neither of them knew there was a third person all along.
That never quite added up for me. Why did Pierre feel compelled to return to his home with Bonnie and the pendant, and make them so easy to find for the Marechaussee Phantom?
Any animals Pierre received from the floating barrel should have been taken directly from space. And considering his precarious situation, the pendant should have been the last thing Pierre would leave.
Both of these things are in stark contrast to his usual meticulous and vigilant behavior. There's only one reasonable explanation. He was following orders, just like Bernard. He probably received the following instructions right before the Phantom came knocking on his door. Bring the cat and the pendant, and our undercover agent will be sure to help you. Unbeknownst to him, however, the third person who wrote that letter to him had long decided to sacrifice him and Bernard to save themselves.
They instructed the two men to communicate through letters and barrels specifically so that they never get to meet each other. Honestly, this third person probably planned to sell both of them out from the very beginning.
What? You can't be serious. There was a third person involved?
If you focus only on Bernard's testimony, it's easy to believe that only Bernard and Pierre were working together. The case appeared extremely simple.
Right.
Bernard did the trafficking, Pierre the imitation synth production, drugging, and stuffing.
Everything accounted for, third person would then be cleared of all suspicion.
Wait. But that doesn't make any sense. If that's the actual truth, then as soon as Pierre is caught, he'll explain his side of the story and the third person will...
Well,
Yep, which is why the third person made sure that Pierre would never be found again. Once they had instructed Pierre to expose himself, the third person wrote to Pierre again, suggesting that everything had been taken care of, and he should take Bonnie and safely return to his base.
and they then ambushed.
Of course, Pierre's disappearance at such a sensitive time immediately made him a prime suspect. Knowing that Bonnie had last been seen with him,
Yep.
all the third person would have to do from that point on would be to lead the Phantom to investigate the Humane Society and get Bernard to confess the truth.
Then testified that Pierre was the one who came up with the whole plot, having got fighting and into plot.
Wait, so you're saying that the letter I received yesterday, the one that made me think Pierre was still alive, it was also sent by the third person?
Is that what happened? I'll get back to headquarters right away and reinvestigate this case from the top.
Not so fast.
Chevra said that assumptions can be detrimental to solving a case. Someone among us, however, has been feeding us all kinds of preconceived notions ever since our first meeting. They suggested that Pierre's disappearance was an attempt to escape the judgment of the law, and that Pierre was a scion of the Lefebvre family. But if the disappearance is truly just a cover-up for a murder, then couldn't the true scion have been an illegitimate daughter, rather than an illegitimate son?
Miss Elodie Lefebvre?
Huh?
Haven't you taken this joke a bit too far? You're right. I did let a lot of assumptions get to my head when I first started to talk to you about the case. I'll make sure to correct my behavior.
You deliberately fed us lies, but even you could not control every last detail of your plan. There was a flaw in your scheme, and something didn't quite go as planned. Getting the Marechaussee Phantom to notice Pierre was only the first part of your plan. Had they failed to take notice of the Humane Society, they could have cast a wider net. And you couldn't predict what they might possibly find, if given enough time. This, of course, was the main weakness of your plan.
Once the Special Patrol and Lenny got involved, it became harder to control the outcome of the investigation.
As someone accustomed to acting from behind the scenes, you didn't want to take the risk of personally proposing a raid on the Humane Society. So, you thought about pulling a few more strings, so all the suspicion would point towards Bernard and his society.
Not great option, of course. Would be to also dispose of Bonnie and leave her body at Pierre's base in anticipation of a late discovery.
Once the Phantom expanded their search, it would only be a matter of time before they found Pierre's base. If a cat last seen with the suspect turned up dead at the imitation synth base, it wouldn't be long until the Phantom would figure out exactly how she had been mistreated and turn their eyes towards the one organization that has been sending boatloads of animals out of Fontaine.
However, something unexpected happened at the Bonnie managed to escape in the chaos.
It was probably during your ambush of Pierre. You didn't even have the time to check if she had already been stuffed full of imitation synth. Still, you soon found another opportunity. Before long, Bonnie had made her way back into the city, and even popped up on the Steambird. Like Bernard, you desperately wanted to confirm the contents of her stomach, so you hurried to find us. Unlike Bernard, however, you were hoping that Pierre did have the time to make her swallow a load of imitation synth. While investigating the suspect's cat, we unexpectedly discovered that the suspect has been smuggling imitation synth using living animals as intermediaries. That was your plan, in any case. With that, you'd have been able to lead the investigation towards the Humane Society.
Bonnie was very lucky, and you were extremely unlucky.
Bonnie had managed to escape before Pierre was able to stuff her full of imitation synth. That part of your plan could no longer be carried out. But as shrewd as you were, you came up with another plan right away. You manipulated the Traveler and I to help you identify Bernard as a key suspect.
You knew Lenny was investigating with Chevros, and you also knew of Lynette's previous encounter with the Lefebvre family.
You used the Lefebvre name as bait to get us to join your investigation. With 2 extra bodies around, the Special Patrol is sure to soon take note of the strange event of Bernard somehow having a reason to look for Pierre's cat.
So, what you're saying is, I went to all that trouble just for the chance that you might put forth the suggestion that would lead you down the wrong path.
Of course, you did far more than that. Just now at Lumidu's harbor, were you not the person who highlighted the suspicious activities of the society?
By showing us the port's travel logs?
You even highlighted the society's activities during your compilation of the logs, so they'd be immediately visible to anyone examining the records.
Yep.
Moreover, the logs contained no records of the Port Authority's activities. In other words, your activities.
Yep.
And what are you trying to suggest with that?
I am insinuating that you had plenty of opportunities to transfer the raw materials for imitation synth from the harbor to a boat, and then sail over to the meeting place full of floating barrels.
Bernard had placed the animals in the barrels, you'd open up the lids, and also dump in the materials. If he did it before Pierre came for his pickup, there'd be no the wiser.
And that's how neither the trafficker nor the manufacturer knew there was a third person who supplied the raw materials and surreptitiously operated between them.
Got in touch with both parties and secured the raw materials. Then you instructed Bernard to prepare the floating barrels, and that you slipped the raw materials into the barrels next to the animals, and requested that Pierre pick up the barrels and bring them back to his.
Pierre manufactured imitation synth using the raw materials you provided, stuffed the animals, and placed the animals back into the barrels. Having received the green light from you as Pierre, Bernard then retrieved his animals and shipped them out of Fontaine once he had received enough for a full batch. This is the truth behind your smuggling ring.
I can't believe it. I never put two and two together.
Of course you would.
You've sure got an extremely lively imagination.
So what do you think she's going to say next?
Ever thought of a career in writing crime novels?
Ever thought about a career in writing crime novels, huh?
It appears that it's quite easy to predict what you'll think or say. Then if we apply that to this case, we can also think of a few places to look for incriminating evidence. You know very well that this case will not end until Pierre is found, so you will have him commit suicide out of fear and shame to end the investigation for good. That way, you can also pin the blame for the overseas smuggling activities, the theft of the harbor's confiscated raw materials, and even the Lefebvre name on him. After all, dead men tell no tales.
Yeah.
But you still want it to appear as if he had sent that last letter to Bernard, so you have to make sure he cannot be found until after Bernard has confessed to the authorities. To do that, you either will hide his body until you've found an appropriate time to set up a fake suicide scene, or you'll dump it someplace where it'll be hard to determine the exact time of death. Submerged in water, for instance. The location would ideally allow you to keep the body hidden for some time while also letting you keep an eye on it.
You could keep him in a very cool environment to be handled later, or set a fire to make it look like he had burned himself to a crisp. An example of such a place may be somewhere in your own boat, or underneath the waters near this harbor.
There are only so many options to hide a person's time of death, after all. As long as the Phantom investigates each of the possibilities in turn, they'll surely find Pierre's remains. Especially since, as the prime suspect who will now be taken into custody, you will no longer have the time to move him, or set up a fake suicide scene to cover up the murder.
How absurd. And on what grounds will you order my arrest? Don't think for a second that your spouts of nonsense will amount to any kind of real argument. After all, I'm...
Elodie Lefebvre! As the captain of the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol, I hereby declare you as a suspect in the case. If you have any objections, you may raise them later during interrogation.
That's right. We received a message from Lumiduce Harbor that you were going to investigate the Humane Society. We didn't expect to run into you at such a critical moment.
And what a moment.
While at the harbor, we noticed something else extremely interesting.
Oh.
Apparently, you often used all kinds of excuses to swap your shifts.
Oh.
And if one were to match the times of your shifts to the activities of the Humane Society and those of certain foreign ships, they'd find them to be an exact match.
That's just a coincidence.
Yes, I'm sure you have already thought of a dozen different ways to explain away the suspicious activities. But as far as evidence goes, that should be enough to warrant taking you into custody.
Don't worry. If it turns out that the guards are still unable to find any evidence after all this, Lynette and I will do everything in our power to clear your name.
Yeah.
Although judging by her reaction, I assume no follow-up from us will be needed.
The Lefebvres were infamous for using disguise and infiltration to achieve their goals. Who would have thought that they would have planted someone within the guards?
Judging from the timeline, they likely arranged for you to enter the guards before the fall of the clan. But they probably didn't expect you to turn it to your advantage and use your job to save yourself during the purge.
Not only that, but you actively participated in the interrogation, arrest, and judgment of the Lefebvres during their fall, thus clearing yourself of suspicion. You brutally and cruelly abandoned your allies as soon as they outlived their usefulness. Just like a lizard cutting off its own tail in order to live. You've been doing this for years.
So you played me like a fool after all?
Huh? Eh?
What was that word you used? Ally? You think that someone as foolish as him is worthy to call himself my ally? They were worthless scum, all of them. Not just Bernard and Pierre, but those Lefevres too. They always just saw me as a tool. I lost all my chances of a normal life just because I was born into their lot. Not only that, but because they wanted me to become an undercover agent, they stripped me of my name, too. I had to live in constant fear of them while they were alive. And even once they were gone, I had to continue to bury my heritage and my name. Always worrying that their enemies would come knocking at the door. Do you know anything about what I've been through over all these years? My life as the last Lefevre?
I don't, and neither do I care.
Yeah, no one asked about your past, and you. Kyle.
Are you for real? Aren't you a Lefevre victim too?
Elodie, you're the only one still living under the shadow of a name.
That's enough. Keep your hands where I can see them and do not resist arrest. If you have more to say, save it for the interrogation room.
What a joke. What a joke! Hey!
What do you think it?
Don't come any closer!
What's that?
Know what this is? I've secretly planted loads of explosives in the Humane Society. Just one step closer and... whether they're cats, dogs, or just unlucky human employees, they'll all be blown up into smithereens.
They are scum.
Surely, you bunch of goody two-shoes won't let that happen, right?
Dang it.
That's enough! I have nothing left to say to any of you! Gardamex, get him!
And of course the Gardamex.
She's trying to escape. We need to end this fight as soon as possible.
Look at you, Boo Down. Scratchy. Think you can bully me? Go! Over here. Go! Step on up. Coming through. Shaken and stirred. Sayona special. Think you can bully me? Be amazed. Yeah!
Busted so quickly, huh? Good thing I've already bought enough time to escape.
Bonnie?
Phew. So I was right after all. It's easier to deal with the person causing the problem than the problem itself.
What about the device?
This is it. Looks like it's just a toy.
Guess that's probably why she suddenly flipped and knocked out Bernard. He probably knew that there were no explosives at the society.
She also pretended like she had a villainous breakdown, as if she had no choice but to kill to escape her
Well,
life.
given that she never even showed her face to Bernard and Pierre, I had my doubts that she'd have gone to the society in person to plant explosives.
Yeah, that.
Thank you for your help,
Perfect.
everyone. I'll take them back for thorough questioning and find someone better to take over the Humane Society. I might need a few statements from everybody. Would you be able to come with me?
Of course.
If statements are all you need, can Linny provide them on my behalf?
He wasn't here.
I still need to go back and explain some things to the crew. I also had an appointment with the Traveler before we got interrupted.
We parted ways. Gamebird. He mentioned something about having tea together. We're interrupted by Elodie.
Ah, so you do remember. Yes, I invited you to come over to our place.
Oh, yeah. Right.
Once I'm done talking with the troupe, I'll make a nice cup of tea and bring Bonnie to wait for you outside of my door.
Well, I guess we're okay.
You can leave the rest of this to me. The other guards will be joining me shortly. Don't worry, they won't have another chance to escape.
The thing I'm curious about, how did Elodie get her hands on the raw materials?
The materials have many other regular uses outside of being used to make imitation synth, so they're not immediately subject to being confiscated or destroyed.
Right.
The harbor would usually just seize them for some time while the customs paperwork is filled out and approved. If approved, they'd be let through, and if not, they'd be returned to sender. Elodie probably used her position to replace a portion of the shipment with something else before sending the whole shipment back to sender. Given that the foreign merchants who sent in the shipments were probably working with her in the first place, they likely just never reported the difference in what they sent and what they received.
Oh.
We will, of course, continue to investigate the rest of the details of this case. Now that we've caught Elodie, figuring out the whole scheme should just be a matter of time.
Okay. Ooh-wee.
Lynette must have spent a record-breaking amount of time in serious mode today.
Oh.
I can't remember the last time I've seen her like that. Could it be because of a special someone?
I don't know what you mean. Yerkit.
Based on information that we found before, imitation synth was first circulated on a small scale in Fontaine before becoming a large-scale smuggling scheme. I'd assume that the first offerings of imitation synth came from what Pierre made in his early days. But since he was not experienced with running a clandestine operation, he was soon discovered by guard Elodie. Elodie saw the opportunity to make a great profit in his work, and perhaps even the chance of making a new life for herself, so she decided to cover his tracks. She started writing to him in Bernard's name, using what evidence she had compiled and the promise of enormous profits to blackmail him into cooperating with her.
Right.
Unfortunately for her, she ran into Lynette. Even though my sister doesn't like to focus too much on a regular day, serious mode Lynette is one of the most perceptive people I've ever known. Still, all of that thinking really saps her energy.
Yeah.
I need to go give some statements on her behalf, so I'll leave the recharging to you.
Okay. I'll reach. How do I recharge her? Do I need like I need to like plug a power cord inside her or something, or never mind.
Black tea and a cute kitty. Truly the best combo for standby mode. Want some?
The kitty? Cute, like a cute kitty, please.
I see she's already starting to snuggle up to you.
How are Elodie's kids? Not interested in any follow-up developments from it?
Not at all. Information is indeed very important, but if you were to try to collect every piece of information you come across, your efficiency would actually decrease.
Oh.
Plus, if you just think about it, what sounds more fun? Writing a statement or enjoying a tea party?
Cute kitty.
Great answer. That'd be my pick too. Had we not run into that case, we could have spent the entire day like this. But now, I'm running low on both time and energy.
He isn't how long it's been in. Oh. Quality time. Good creature.
You're right. I can sense it. I'm recharging very quickly at the moment.
Did you service?
Something about her rubbed me the wrong way since the very beginning. But to be more precise, it was probably around the time when I saw Bonnie try to get away from her. Elodie tried to get close, but Bonnie deliberately dodged her. Maybe Bonnie had tried to evade her before at Pierre's base. Or perhaps Bonnie just instinctively knew that she wasn't a good person. Not everyone who likes cats is a good person. But if cats like you, you're probably alright.
Good logic.
Humans tend to overthink things, but cats rely on their instincts, and they're pretty sharp. I mean, just look at Bonnie. She took a liking to you the moment you met.
Huh? Take it to cute little kitty.
I'm the girl with the gall.
Next, a detective. D&D. Story has come to an end for now. Adventurers, investigators, and cats. Yeah. Holy moly. Just curious about something.
Over here.
There's probably many different things. Like there were 4 different ways that we could have addressed that situation.
Stefana.
+8 on cooperation. 2.
That's enough!
Not good. She's trying to escape. We need to end this fight as soon as possible.
They were worthless scum. All of them.
Intimidation? 10.
That's enough!
Are we just...
Not good. She's trying to escape. We need to...
Is there really no way to get this... Okay, so there. Okay, all right. I have a few things. Okay, so let me just test it. So okay, in persuasion, if card drawn is less than 15.
That's enough! I have nothing left to say to any of you! Gardamex, get him!
Okay, so if the card is greater than or equal to 15, it wasn't your choice to be born to a family of villains, but that cannot justify your actions also walk the path of evil.
What do you understand about any of this? I've suffered years of sleepless nights because of this name. I was sure that the moment I closed my eyes, someone seeking vengeance would descend upon me, calling for my blood. I finally found an opportunity to earn enough money to start a second life and dump this name and all of its baggage onto Pierre. And you just had to go and ruin all of it!
If you choose to flee and go into exile now, you'll only end up living like under more fear and terror on your own.
What am I supposed to do? Do I even have any choice? Ah!
As Elodie's resolve began to waver, she's knocked out by a hard blow from behind. Okay, now for intimidation, if the card drawn is greater than or equal to 15.
Do you know what would happen to you if you were to run away now? The entire Special Patrol would be out hunting for you day and night, to the ends of the world!
And all of Fontaine would know that the spawn of Lefebvre still lives among them.
Once word of that gets out, all the factions in Fontaine would be after you. But if you throw away the device now, I'll still count that as turning yourself in to the guards. Would you rather go back with me now and wait for a trial? Or wait for your enemies to find you and subject you to the same interrogation techniques that your relatives were once infamous for?
No, I can't.
Deception assists Lenny in deceiving Elodie, getting a greater than a 15 or higher.
I can understand how you feel. Like you, we are also victims of the Lefebvre clan. But if you were to endanger innocence now for your own gain, the public anger towards the Lefebvres would only rise to a boiling point. And the families of the new victims would be dead set on exacting revenge on you.
And what of it?
I'll be your hostage, Elodie.
What?
Do this, Lenny.
Thanks for your concern, Traveler. But we need to end all of the hate and violence arising from this clan once and for all. I'll raise my hands and come over slowly. I promise that I'm completely unarmed.
I'm watching you. Don't think for a second you can pull a fast one on me.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Just keep your eyes on me. Don't look away.
Ah!
And as Elodie fixates her gaze on Lenny, she's struck by a hard blow from behind. Self launch a sneak attack on Elodie. Distracted.
Did you think I was blind? Gardamex, get him!
And that was for a failure. And if card is greater than 15, without waiting for Elodie to finish her threats, you and Lynette strike as one.
What? Hey! Don't do anything stupid! Guards! Gardamex!
Before Elodie could finish giving her command, she is subdued by you and Lynette after sneaking up on her from behind. And yep, there we go. So yeah, there is quite a lot. Like in order, like that, I think that's an example of how much dialogue you would need just so you could, like, just to have any kind of like have that much, like that. There's a reason why most games do not have that huge level of choice, or doing D&D roles, because it takes a lot of writing. to get it all down.
Huh.
Anyway.
I didn't like that. Was I using it wrong?
Anyway, so that was only like we've been here for 2 hours and we've only gotten 2 of the endings. Anyway, Photometer.
Alright.
That's it. I got a 20.
So, we're looking for Bonnie's owner?
I have to ask about the
There's
other
20
card.
cards in total, numbered 1 to 20. I should also mention, this time to put in perspective.
Okay. Okay. Just all right. Let's just go and. Eh? Wait, there's just another ending, or there's an ending very close to the beginning.
Huh. I didn't like that. Clearly, there's some design flaws to iron out. Let's see. 4.
At 5 means no helping Bonnie.
Well, the cards fell. If you want to get the right answer, you have to let fate.
He really does not want to. How about you do neither?
Huh?
If it was that urgent, someone would have come looking for you. That applies both to you and your treatment to Bonnie's owner.
What you're saying is, since nobody's come looking, I can just keep hanging out with Bonnie for a bit longer?
Yeah.
Is that really okay?
Sure. Well, Bonnie sure likes that idea.
You make a good point.
Oh well, we could just stick around here for a while, so if anyone does come looking for
Okay, well, assuming Bonnie hasn't strayed too far from where she went missing, there's a chance we might bump into her owner in either the Steambird offices or the restaurant. So, stick around here in standby mode? Yeah, that suits me.
we find some cat food?
Oh, good idea. Bonnie's definitely hungry.
In cat food, maybe we can get.
May as well. We could be here a while.
Well, since we got cat food and snacks, let's place a chill.
When I was trying to find somewhere I could space out earlier, collect my thoughts,
Uh-huh.
I figured the cafe might be a good shot. Alright then. Plan of action, spend the whole day spacing out. In standby mode.
Sure. Well, speed run. Do nothing is the happiest thing. Wow. Dang, that's hilarious. That one of the endings is just right there. And there's just a speed run. Like speed run, persuade Lynette to spend a leisurely, peaceful day with you. Hey, win-win. I call that an absolute win. And have a peaceful tea party. And we got 2 more endings involved in doing something that we really don't want to do. I should have saved that one for.
I didn't like that.
Back to the.
Back to the drinks reception.
I mean, clearly you just don't want to go. You can just...
Nope, I said it was your decision. I'm not gonna waste any more energy dragging my feet. Besides, the drinks reception is technically part of the job as an official publicity event. So, if I bail on it,
Guilty?
I might get sued for breach of contract.
Oh,
and that would
that.
be a huge pain in the butt.
Yeah, getting sued.
One other thing. Do you want to come with me? If you're free, I mean.
Hopefully it'll make it more bearable for you.
Thanks.
Yeah. We taking Bonnie with us? No, I never would have thought about. I think I've ever would have thought of like that kind of approach to a case by having.
There you are, Lynette! Where did you disappear to? Leone and I have been looking everywhere for you. Wait, where did you get the cat?
I found her outside. Do either of you happen to recognize her?
I don't think so. Could belong to one of the guests, I suppose.
Fair enough. It was a long shot.
So sorry we couldn't help you, Lynette.
Don't worry. We'll ask around for you. Leone's probably just being forgetful.
Hey.
Maybe you could leave her with us. We'll take her to the reception desk and see if they know anything. And if not, we'll just keep looking.
Sure. I would help, but I'm a little preoccupied. Sorry to dump this on you.
It's no trouble at all. We're happy to help however we can.
Also, if it's no trouble, I mean, could we maybe get an autograph? And maybe a photo too?
Leone, you can't spring that on her now. Not while she's working. At least wait until the event's finished. One last thing, Lynette. Director Mariu's looking for you. We'll take the cat to the front desk now. See you later.
So popular.
I'm not usually required at these kinds of events, so I don't even have an event mode. Alright, guess I'd better go see the director.
Such a pain, right?
Spectacular choreography, a masterpiece of mise en scène, and the performance, oh my, groundbreaking, dripping with, je ne sais quoi. My congratulations on another magnificent show, sir.
Yes, I, for one, was particularly captivated by the clearly allegorical narrative undertones. The Lost Puppet shines a spotlight on the impact of technological advances in our modern society, particularly as they relate to changing modes of emotional expression and the challenge of mutual intelligibility.
What is he talking about?
Such a pioneering work, so far ahead of its time. A tour de force of avant-garde theater.
I can already see the headlines of tomorrow's newspapers. They will certainly be singing your praise, Director Mariu.
But it was a group effort, of course. To convey emotions in a silent show with no facial expressions, the entire cast had to go above and beyond. Everyone truly outdid themselves.
Speaking of the cast, Jillian, another strong performance from you in Director Mariu's latest show, as of course we've all come to expect from your numerous successful collaborations to date.
That's quite an overstatement. I've only ever played supporting roles.
On that point, you stated a few months ago in an interview that you were looking to secure a leading role in your next show. What led you to the decision to stay in a supporting role this time around?
We had a discussion about this, and while Lynette hadn't previously performed in an acting role, we were blown away by her talent, and she was a perfect fit for this character. Quite simply, this was the role she was born to play.
Exactly. I was honored to share the stage with her. Lynette worked extremely hard in all of the rehearsals, and she's an incredibly talented actress.
Oh, Lynette's back!
Hey, Lynette, where have you been?
Were you in standby mode? Some reports say you switched that state to recharge after a show.
Ah, method acting, of course. Such a compelling portrayal of a mechanical puppet could only be achieved by an actor who lives and breathes their role even while offstage.
Those seemingly stilted movements were in fact an inspired portrayal of the character. The ostensibly bad acting, in reality, was the product of supreme acting skill.
I went outside and there was this cat there, so I played with the cat for a bit.
A cat? We've long heard that you are a kind soul as well as an incredible actress.
Did you
no
just
wonder
shut
your
up?
debut performance has garnered such popularity.
This show looks on track to break box office records for avant-garde theater. Lynette, any words for the fans?
Not really, no.
I believe Lynette is trying to say that the act of performance itself is the actor's true means of connecting with their fans.
Fill in the blanks for.
Oh, I see. Lynette, any comments?
Right, exactly.
But don't you want the fans to know how you're feeling right now? After the hugely successful opening of your first ever show?
Oh, you could.
That's true.
I'm sure the fans would love to learn a bit more about you too.
How interesting.
Jeez. Nat 20. Sounds like an auto reply bot. Lynette has only just finished.
Oh, really? I'm so sorry. How rude of me.
I know, how rude of you.
Huh? Wait, you're the traveler who's been in the news.
What?
Did you come to see the show?
No, I wasn't here.
Wow, are you a fan of Lynette too?
No,
Do you
she's
have
my
any
friend.
comments on her first performance?
Right.
Yeah, it's just... Turns out, even with you here to share the load, I can't cope with this stuff, even in Tea Party mode. It's a power-saving mode for participating in conversation at tea parties. Normally, I can get through an entire conversation just with, oh, that's true, and how interesting. But at a tea party, I'm not normally subjected to a constant stream of questions. The energy consumption of that interview just now was 3 times as much as the average tea party.
Hey.
I think I'd rather pray that I never have to do it again.
Enough.
Lynette, Director Mariu would like you to join the group photo to commemorate the successful opening of the show.
A group photo?
It's just the members of the troupe, along with Maloney and Corentin. Everyone's waiting for you.
Alright then. See you in a minute.
Wish we had a case that we.
3, 2, 1, smile.
My thanks to each and every one of you here for your help in making The Lost Puppet a success. The group photo is already being printed as I speak. You can collect your copy from the first floor after the drinks reception concludes. May it serve as a reminder of this fabulous performance every time you see it.
Mariu! Get over here. Let's have another drink. There's a few things I need you to glance over for me.
Wait, the reception still isn't over?
I thought the group photo was the final hurdle. Well, at least there's no more people hounding me with questions.
No.
I just need to find somewhere to switch to standby mode, and the time will fly by. I hope.
Man. Such a pain. Oh, there's a bunch of recipes. Open up. Wait, was there anyone I could talk to, Doc?
If you want tea or water, just let me know.
Rainbow macaron. Hey.
Hotel de Bour's Ile Flottante is as wonderfully sweet as ever.
You managed to get invited to the drink.
Traveler? Lynette? Oh, wait, hold on. What do you mean, managed to get an invite? I'm an expert in the dramatic arts. Of course
sorry.
I was invited.
My apologies.
Naturally, people wanted to hear my comments on the emerging art form that is the masked mime show. Remarkable, and a very worthwhile artistic endeavor, exploring a character with no lines or facial expressions who can only communicate how they feel through their movement. Your performance was beyond anything I could have imagined, Lynette. Clearly, this was a very suitable role for you indeed. Is something wrong? No, it's nothing. Please go on. Oh, basically, I think I'd give it a positive review overall, just not as gushing as the crowd downstairs.
Really?
So, you thought they were pretty over the top too? In fairness, it's normal to bring along some vocal supporters for publicity when a new show opens, but still, this was something else. Then again, I'm no specialist in avant-garde theater. Maybe I'm just not well acquainted with their review criteria. Or maybe it's because I came to the show with some preconceived expectations. I did happen to see the original draft of Mariu's script a while back. What original draft? Oh? He didn't show it to you? It must have been a few months ago. He came to me to get some advice from an experienced performer's perspective, and then asked if I could write a few reviews of his new play. I had a lot on my plate at the time, so I had to turn him down. I only skimmed a few sections, but they seemed quite different from the final version. I can't say I remember the plot, but I don't know. The protagonist just seemed more complex, I guess. Especially in the last two scenes. Still a mechanical puppet on the outside, of course, but she seemed to have more emotional depth on the inside. Emotional depth? Oh, I'm just thinking aloud here. Don't take it to heart. Besides, a script and a play are two very different beasts. There are so many fine details to consider when turning a story into a stage production. More than most people could imagine. Especially with a novel art form like a masked mime show. I'm sure Mariu had his reasons for the changes he made.
What kind of changes? Curious.
Change of topic. I see you've escaped the crowds to seek refuge on the second floor.
Yep.
Fame can be overwhelming at first, can't it? Perhaps you'd benefit from hearing about the experiences of a veteran celebrity such as myself. No thanks, I'm good. Pretty sure this will be my first and last time in this situation.
Enough.
Hey, at least let me finish. I have top tips on dealing with belligerent reporters, slipping away to hunt down snacks during the intermission. Tell me everything.
Ooh.
First, take a seat, mon ami. We must partake of Hotel de Bour's fine desserts as we talk, lest they go to waste.
Oh, this is...
That was very educational.
Educational is the word I'd use. They didn't mention acting once in the whole conversation.
I expect most of the people downstairs have left by now. Time to grab my copy of the group photo and get home.
Let's just go home. I kind of want to know more about those tips to be able to just escape.
The photo must be in this envelope right here. It's finally over. Thank you for sticking around for so long. If it wasn't for you, I don't know how I would have standby moded my way through the last few hours.
I find it's an event like stressful, but not leaving halfway through. when you left the event midway, what was the real reason? Really don't want to talk about it.
It's fine. It's just. It was such a minor thing.
Minor
While I
but
was on stage, there was a moment when I felt like someone was looking at me.
What?
It was only for an instant, and I didn't even see who it was. But somehow, I knew it was a look of contempt.
Oh?
I got a vague sense of it again during the reception. Like someone was giving me an evil stare. But I couldn't figure out who it was.
Huh.
Normally, I'm used to lurking in the shadows on the stage and spying on other people. So, it was strange, feeling like I was the one being spied on this time.
Did that have something to do with the original script Marina mentioned?
Or someone just took a disliking to me for no real reason. Sometimes you can like one person and dislike another for equally pointless reasons. Anyway, it was just a momentary stink eye, that's all. Nothing for you to worry about.
Not worried, I'm not worried.
Okay, problem solved. I'm gonna take this envelope and go home now.
Okay. Heartless puppet, you've ruined this work. Hand over the lead role actress. Role of lead actress. What the frick? Huh? That a threat?
You have destroyed this work of art. Step down from the leading role at once. Based on the tone, I'd say threat letter is right.
Yeah, but what the frick? This is more serious than a momentary stink eye. You need to get to the bottom of this, man. This is alarming. Send the letter to see if there's anything in the back. Unsealed envelope contains a group photo, threat letter, and photographs of Lynette from. Oh, this was definitely meant for her. Letter demanded that Lynette step down from the lead, stop short of saying what will happen if she doesn't. Well, she probably doesn't want the role, but now that she's being threatened, I think that's actually gonna make things even harder for her to step down because now she probably doesn't want to step down because there's someone that wants her to. Let's get recognize the handwriting. It's messy. Perhaps it covered her tracks or. A lot of people downstairs at the time, and the envelopes were only left on a table on the first floor, but nobody was watching them. That's reception, but likely they saw.
I don't think we're gonna find any more clues here.
So he asked Meru what he makes of you have destroyed.
Yes, let's. Whatever destroyed means, it could have something to do with the original script that Farina mentioned. Also, I'm gonna have to ask you to stick around a while longer.
Of course. Now I'm curious.
I can't believe how well the whole Lynette's debut acting role thing worked out. Even the avant-garde box office is lapping it up.
How could I ever have doubted you? If you hadn't stuck to your guns and kept sending those invitations, this opportunity would have passed us by.
What's up with the...
See? I told you. All the time she'd refused in the past were all the more reason to keep inviting her, because it turns into a big talking point. Can you imagine if you'd gone with Jillian? You'd have been lucky to get half the ticket sales you've ended up with.
True. Well, Jillian still needs to get a few more productions under her belt.
Do you have a moment, Director Mario?
If it isn't the star of the show! We were just talking about you. Oh, and is that the legendary traveler with you?
Legendary
I'm guessing you're here to discuss the show with the director? Oh, you're a talented and hardworking actress, Lynette. It's no wonder you're getting such rave reviews.
And naturally.
leave you artists to discuss your work in peace. Maryu, make sure you give your star performer and her friend your full attention.
I certainly will. Lynette carries the fortunes of our entire troupe on her shoulders.
Mr. Maloney. An investor or something, I think. I've never asked him.
So, what can I do for the two of you? I'm afraid I'll have to dash soon as I'm meeting some friends from the newspaper. Otherwise, I'd love to stay longer.
You have too much of your time.
We heard that the original script for The Lost Puppet was quite different from the final show. I'm kind of curious to know what the protagonist was like in that version.
Yeah.
Oh, well, this is a surprise. I didn't think you'd be interested in that sort of thing. It's not uncommon for scripts to undergo major changes as they're being brought to the stage. But I'm afraid there's not much to tell you in this case. The protagonist has stayed the same from the beginning to end. A mechanical puppet with a bumbling body but a sensitive soul. A stranger in time who doesn't belong. There's no doubt about it. You are the protagonist, and the protagonist is you. The success of one is the success of the other, and that's what made this show an artistic triumph.
Sorry, you've lost me. Can you put it in plain words?
Yeah.
All right then. Delving deep in the search of core truths is the job of an artist, after all. You shouldn't give your attention to early drafts of the script, Lynette. All it would do is sow confusion where you already have clarity.
Yeah, but...
The current script is the final version because it is the best version, and your performance best brings that script to life. Why, if it weren't for you, I doubt any audience would give our show the time of day.
If everyone was happy with Lynette's performance, then how do you explain this letter?
What letter? Oh my goodness!
Yup. Artless puppet, you've ruined this work. Hand over the lead role of leader. Yeah, he's surprised. But surprise seems genuine.
Destroyed this work of art? Really?
Well, Director Maryu, any idea who might have written it?
No. Who on earth would write such nonsense?
Found it in the envelope containing the group photo. Be someone involved in production?
Absolutely not. Without Lynette, this show would be over. Everyone's hard work would go to waste. No, there's no way that this is someone from the troupe.
Lynette to lie low?
Yeah, maybe Jillian could fill in for me for a while.
What? No way, out of the question. The protagonist has to be played by Lynette. Jillian can't... She's just not what the audience is looking for.
Why not? Huh?
I've got it. It's a competitor. Yes, this letter must be from a competitor of ours who's trying to get under Lynette's skin. You can't lie low. That's just what they want you to do. The moment you step back from performing, they'll put their rumor mill into overdrive and drag us through the mud. They're just waiting for their chance to kick us while we're down.
A competitor? Really?
Definitely. Those lowlifes. Slander and libel are all their specialties. They drown out the truth with a flood of misinformation, and they stop at nothing once they get riled up.
I'm very familiar with their methods. A particular suspect?
There's so many of them out there. Fame always seems to attract haters.
I see.
No matter what you do to try and keep everyone happy. But don't worry, I will get to the bottom of this.
I'm still worried.
Stay strong, Lynette, and keep up the good work on stage. I have to go and meet my friends from the newspapers now, but rest assured, I'll be discussing countermeasures with them.
So, a competitor, huh?
That's it?
I kinda doubt it. We've dealt with those types before. Usually their goal is to steal our venue for their own show, or to cover up a scandal by planting a story to divert public attention. But at the moment, I don't think anyone's got a reason to do any of that stuff. Let alone pull a stunt like this. A threat letter is quite extreme.
Someone who
Besides,
knows that.
when I felt that evil stare, I'm pretty sure it was coming from somewhere backstage. So that rules out a lot of people. I'm actually more concerned about Mariyu. When I mentioned Jillian, his reaction was pretty unusual.
Noticed it too, eh?
Especially since Maloney mentioned that the initial plan was to cast Jillian as the lead.
Yeah.
Sounds like there was an original protagonist as well as an original script. I should probably go talk to her.
He lives?
She told me she lives in the Fleuve Sandra.
Ah. Okay. That helps. It. I Okay. Oh, actually down below. Okay. And a lot of people.
Over here!
Hey.
Lynette? What are you doing? You're not welcome here.
I've been to the Fleuve Sandra plenty of times before. This is the first I'm hearing about me not being welcome.
Things are different around here. You might be used to a crowd of bootlicking morons fawning over you wherever you go, but not down here. We know what you are.
Hey.
Bootlicking morons?
Got a bone to pick with you, I guess.
I don't know. I've never met this kid before.
Neither.
Gina, stop that! Go home now!
Jillian!
No buts. How many times do I have to tell you? That had nothing to do with Lynette. If you don't leave right now, I swear I'll never invite you to one of my shows ever again.
Jillian,
I feel like we already have.
Just because Lady Farina speaks highly of you, it doesn't mean you're all that.
I'm so sorry. Gina's always been a strong-willed child. That's why I never let her visit me at work.
It's okay. I have younger siblings too, so I get it. She's in her rebellious phase, huh? If you let angsty kids get you riled up, they'll drain all your energy. So don't worry, I won't let it get to me.
Well, this situation's a little different in this case, but still, thank you. So, what brings you to the Fleuve Sandra?
I actually came to see you. We want to talk about the original protagonist.
We heard about it from Maloney. He said you were originally supposed to play the lead.
Maloney, huh? Of course he couldn't keep his mouth shut. I'm sorry. I never mentioned it because Director Mariyu was very clear that I mustn't let any of it affect you.
Circumstances have changed. Lynette has received this letter.
What's this?
Yeah. Huh? Be surprised. Sender thinks that Lynette has destroyed the show. Have anything to do with the original script and the protagonist?
I don't know, who would do something like this?
Don't be scared, Jillian. Just tell us what you know.
Okay, I'll try. It's
yeah.
true. I was originally cast as the lead in The Lost Puppet.
Hey.
I've worked with director Mariyu many times before, but only in minor roles. The audiences and critics never had much to say about me. Nothing terrible, but nothing amazing either. A few months ago, Mariyu started working on a new show, so I plucked up the courage to ask him if I could take the leading role. He was hesitant, but he agreed to let me try for the part. We did a few rehearsals, everything seemed to be going okay, but then...
There's been a change of plan, Jillian. The leading role will now be played by Lynette.
Lynette? But she always turns these things down, doesn't she?
And that's why we cannot afford to waste this opportunity. Jillian, I understand how you must be feeling. But Maloney and myself have to do what's best for the production as a whole. Next time, the lead will be yours. I promise.
I was incredibly disappointed at first, but I also know full well that I don't have Lynette's star power. Without Lynette, how could we ever convince people to pay money to go and see a masked mime show? And if the show was a flop with me in the leading role, how would I answer to the director and the rest of the cast? Then, I got to meet you on stage and found that you're really down to earth, in a way that not many celebrities are. You were kind to everyone, and your performance wasn't bad. Whatever disappointment I had left at that point, I certainly wasn't about to take it out on you.
Okay.
By wasn't bad, you mean it wasn't great either. So, I'm guessing Mariu changed the script to simplify the protagonist, make her a dumbed-down version of the mechanical puppet that I could actually play.
He did make some changes to the script, yes.
How do we get our hands on the original draft?
Jaik, one of the other actors. He likes to collect Dr. Mariu's old drafts because he hopes to be a director himself one day. He also lives nearby. I can arrange for you to meet him at the tavern.
Makes sense. I always see him talking to Mariu. Alright, see you at the tavern then.
Alright. Well, it already feels like someone already have an idea of... or at least have an obvious... or like the obvious suspect.
I guess I'm finally on the right path.
There.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Jillian brought me up to speed on the situation. I'm here to help however I can. Here, this is the script you're after.
Very rough, like he was constantly editing it. Really unreadable.
That's always the way with pen and paper drafts. Even the final script is full of last-minute changes by the director.
Yeah.
There should be a cleaner copy of the original script in here somewhere. Sorry, it's all a bit mixed up. I just grabbed the whole stack of paper since I was in a rush.
No problem. Now activating search mode. I'll go through one page at a time.
What? Wait, that's gonna take forever.
I wonder what got into Director Mariu.
Maybe he's been quietly struggling with something.
Finances? Investments? Favorite clippings amongst the shows, different styles. The first page. $18. 23. Mario's name does appear in some early clippings, mostly in was bemoaning exceptions for experimental art, avant-garde play, despite praising Mario as a forward-thinking director. Strange fields. Current version. Okay, so we higher than a 12. Oh, we get a +5. Right then. Act 4 seems to be a solo performed by by the protagonist in the set is ruins. Note saying focus the official script for The Lost Puppet. That's like details like how the dancing puppet protagonist affected by humanity. 5, 4. Act 4, the protagonist loses the ability to dance due to wear and tear. There's a note saying some cursory movement point across the place. Audience's focus will. What? Huh. That is definitely. Huh. Visual is better with a Deadman strike. 12 or higher. 5, 15. Okay, we're good. The reason it's so hard to read is that it's been times. That that each line was rewritten. I look happy with it. Rest of the line. 1. Dang. Fancy venues and photos. We must hunt. Anything else?
The protagonist returns to the ruins where she began and performs a dance in honor of her deceased companions. She dances until her joints have rusted stiff and mechanical parts are falling from her body.
Wow. That is very. Huh.
Yep. That's not something a novice could hope to pull off after just a few months of rehearsals.
Yeah, that is. Huh. Basic plot is the same, but she loses the ability to dance due to wear and tear in her circuitry. But there's much more emotion behind the scene. Memory of her former companions coming to peace with her life. Simple set and solo performance means that lead actress has to carry the whole scene herself. Much more demanding role than the final script.
Frankly, I think that the original script is much better, and the original lead is the best fit.
Yeah.
Jillian, shall I go tell Mariu to put you back in the leading role?
What? Are you serious? But the next show is at the Opera Epiclese. It's such a huge opportunity.
Yeah.
But not such a rare one for me, though, right?
That's different. This isn't you as part of a magic duo. It's a chance to star as the main character in a show. You'll reach whole new heights of fame.
Yeah, she doesn't really care about that.
Fame in small doses has its perks, but too much and I'll get overloaded. But if you play the lead, the fame will be yours, and I get to be free. Sounds like a win-win, don't you think?
Yeah.
It'll never work. There's no way Director Mariu or Maloney would ever agree to it. The set for Act 4 would need to change, as would all the marketing materials. And that would mean asking Maloney for a lot more Mora. Changing actors at the last minute is just too risky. If anything went wrong, it could bankrupt the whole troupe. Plus, Maloney's friends have already published a ton of articles saying how this is the role that Lynette was born to play. No one else can play the protagonist now. If Lynette quit the show and I took her place,
it would destroy the reputations of Maloney's friends, and none of the future articles would have credibility.
if Lynette left, they'd sooner stop the whole show than let me take her place.
Stop the whole show? But all the people in the troupe, months and months of everyone's hard work would all be for nothing.
Wonder Mario will say anything to try to keep Lynette on board. Getting him to replace a lead actress won't be easy. Wow! 32! Judging from those documents, Mariu's true intentions seem to be... I have an idea.
You do? What is it? That's a bold plan. I'm in.
You know, it's a little crazy, but it might actually work.
No way. It's not worth taking such a huge risk just for a chance to be in the spotlight.
Jillian, you said before, whatever disappointment I had left, I wasn't about to take out on you. In other words, that disappointment is still there, but you've kept it bottled up inside. Be honest. You still hope to play the leading role, don't you?
But the thought of putting so many people out just for my sake?
You think they'd be put out? That's not how I see it.
Jillian, you were more dedicated than anyone during the rehearsals for the original script. We all saw how hard you worked for this role. And I think you know that unless we decide to make a stand here, the path we're on is only going to take us further and further from our dreams, all of us. So take it from me, you would not be putting us out. Not one bit.
When succeeds is up to you.
Guys, okay. Let's do it. I will play my part.
Yeah.
Yes! I knew you'd come around. All right, I'll let the rest of the troupe know and we'll start preparing immediately.
Okay.
Wonderful. This solves everything.
But
what about the threat letter? Do you have any idea who sent it?
Yeah.
As long as we stick to the plan, I'll give up the lead role, so it won't matter anymore, right?
Guess so.
But surely you want to know who it's from. If they're out there and no one's keeping an eye on them, what if they come looking for you?
I doubt they will. It's supposed to be a threat, but they didn't even say what would happen if I don't meet their demands. Plus, the handwriting is kinda childish. Doesn't look like a professional intimidator to me.
Yeah, we kind of reef.
Who knows? Maybe it was just a fan of yours having a moment.
A fan? Of me?
Yep.
Maybe there's someone out there who really appreciates your talent, even in the supporting roles.
Or
It's getting late. We should be leaving. Come on.
what? What?
I'm such an idiot.
Eh?
Sorry for manhandling you. You looked like you were seconds away from figuring out who sent the letter, so I had to act fast. It was Gina, Jillian's sister.
No way.
Just because Lady Farina speaks highly of you, it doesn't mean you're all that.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Gina's always been a strong-willed child. That's why I never let her visit me at work.
At least her official review of the lost puppet yet, which means Gina disobeyed her sister and secretly worked.
I guess she must have snuck into the drinks reception and overheard our conversation with Farina.
Yup. Saw that.
She idolizes Jillian, both as an older sister and an actress. And she watched as the dream role Jillian had been waiting to play for so long got snatched away from her by some amateur who's never acted before. To make matters worse, all the critics were hailing this amateur as a perfect fit for the role, and even Fontaine's former biggest star was praising her abilities.
Much for her. Let her in a fit of anger.
And that pretty much sums it up. Like I said, getting angry at angsty teenagers is draining. Besides, if it was my younger brother or sister and they found out I'd been treated unfairly or had an opportunity stolen from me, they'd definitely do something far worse. I was in Jillian's position once. Back when Linny and I were starting out, before we got famous, we just had to take things a day at a time. Doing our shows, slowly trying to build up our reputation.
Right.
So I can understand Gina's frustration. Still, she could definitely use some pro tips on how to write a threat letter.
Where she's I'll give you.
No, the way she looks at me is indignant, frustrated, but not malicious. Plus, she didn't even try to hide how she felt.
Oh.
Whoever was giving me that evil stare was backstage. Blending into the crowd at a drinks reception is one thing, But trying to blend in backstage, where everyone's on high alert waiting to be called on stage, would be a lot more difficult. We'll find out who it is before too long. In 2 days' time, at the next show, I think it will become very clear. On that note, guess I'll see you at the Opera House. Bye for now.
Happened at the Game Awards that one time. Until 2 days later. Okay. I'm gonna go use the restroom. So, be right back. Meow. Okay, we're back. So, oh, onward to the opera Epiclese. Onward. Well, I mean, 'cause I'm still just wondering why Jillian was specifically just. It feels like Jillian was just targeted, or just being targeted, or is it just because that like Lynette is a celebrity and they just need a celebrity? They just like, and that people just only that people don't the audience don't really care about who's playing roles. They only care about about people they recognize, like celebrities and stuff. You know, like how like a lot of Hollywood blockbusters like are only are always like made about the lead actors and not like the actual performance.
Oh, you're here. Lynette and Jillian are busy getting ready, so please come with me.
That puppet in the middle, is that Lynette? She's so pretty.
It's starting. Keep your voice down.
Ended in some ruins. She suspects it's because of a vision with her legs affected her ability to dance. Finds the other abandoned puppets who are just like her. Then does she realize her illness is just mechanical breakdown.
Wow, I thought it would be hard to follow, but in the end it was actually very clear.
Even though her face was expressionless and she didn't speak the whole time, I felt like I could really understand how the protagonist was feeling.
Mechanical puppets believe in a myth. At the end of the world, there's a god of puppets who puppets to protagonists that are prepared. In their quest, myth is a lie spread by someone who, with nothing but contempt for puppetkind, at the journey, kept this man melted down in a pit. The protagonist helped her companions escape the process, trapped under crumbling.
Director Mariyu really is a master of his craft. And so is the actress in the lead role.
I have a friend who saw the show on the opening day. They thought the critics overstated how good it was, but I gotta say, the protagonist is incredible.
I can't believe it's only been a few days since the last show. Lynette's improved so much.
Indeed.
Wow! I'm speechless. Words simply cannot do justice to the sheer excellence we witnessed from Lynette on stage today.
Your penchant for the hyperbolic strikes again, Amory. Clearly you weren't at a loss for words when you were writing your article. I saw you hand it to the journalist. Trying to get your critique into the papers the moment the show is over, are you?
Well, you know how it is. The early critics get all the readers. Wouldn't you agree, Mariyu?
What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? The first half was a huge success. Even I could tell the acting was top tier.
My apologies, Mr. Maloney. Please excuse me for a second. I need to have a little talk with my actors.
Very well. Hey, while you're at it, this might be a good time to talk future collaborations with Lynette.
Are you guys sure this is gonna work? What if Director Mariyu pushes back? We're already halfway there. We can't back out now. All we need to do is stick to the plan.
What is this plan that you're so intent on hiding from me?
Well, busted.
Director Mariyu, I thought you were talking to Maloney and the critics.
Korantan and Armory have both finished their articles. I went to greet them as a mere formality, but you seem to have availed yourselves of my absence during the first half to defy me. What have you done? Was that really Lynette playing the lead role?
Well then, you saw right through it.
Ta-da!
Director Mariu, I was the one playing the lead role just now.
I switched costumes and masks with Jillian so that I could be the protagonist's companion and stay out of the limelight.
Lynette, why on earth would you do this?
Doesn't like.
You know my acting is amateur. The only reason I'm being seen as a pro, let alone a pioneer, is because you have critics supporting the show.
But right now, there's a whole audience out there, and you have no hope of playing them. You have no hope of paying them all off.
If they'd seen me in the leading role during the first half, they wouldn't be expecting anything more. But what happens now that they've seen Jillian in the role?
Yeah.
If you force me to play the lead in the second half, they'll be wondering, why is the actress suddenly giving such an underwhelming performance right at the climax of the whole story?
Because she's not good enough to play the role. Not good enough actress to play the role? The critics wrong? Or is this director not always cracked up to be?
These are just some of the questions that will be on everyone's minds during the second half. And those questions will follow them out the doors of the theater after the show ends.
I think the critics will still have any credibility then.
There's only one way for you to save your reputation, and that's to keep Jillian as the lead all the way to the end.
Absolutely not. I'd sooner announce that we're having technical difficulties and need to stop the show.
What do you have against her,
If I
bro?
keep Jillian as the lead for the second half, what do you think will happen in the curtain call when she takes her mask off? Everyone will see that we've changed actors. What will
Yeah,
your fans
so?
think? They're only here because of you. And what about all the critics who support you? If we get on the wrong side of them, it'll be the death of the whole show.
Yeah, who says they're going to...
Tickets to refund, fines to pay for breach of contract. The whole troupe's hard work would go down the drain. Don't you see how much this would cost us?
Would she have to take off the
Just
mask?
take a job on a whim, then abandon your responsibility the moment you don't feel like doing it anymore? You're playing games with other people's hopes and dreams.
No, you
Director
are.
Mariu, please. You're not being fair to Lynette.
Or Jillian.
Actually, Jillian, he's half right. I did kind of take this on a whim. But my responsibility here is making sure you get back the role that belongs to you.
Yeah.
And I guess part of that responsibility lies with me, considering I badgered you into accepting the job.
Oh, hey, Lenny.
Sorry I'm a little late to the show. Work's been keeping me pretty busy lately.
Lenny? What do you want? Do you think you can snap your fingers and make all my problems magically disappear?
That might be a little tricky, but instead, I could make something else magically appear.
What's this?
A draft complaint letter, my contract, your legal fees, reimbursement for the tickets, and an advance on the penalty fee for breach of contract.
Oh?
Mr. Mariu, I'm stepping down from the leading role, regardless of whether you choose to cancel the rest of today's show.
If you do suffer unforeseen financial losses from this, you're free to seek damages as per the contract. And if you want to file a lawsuit, there's a draft here that you can use if you need it.
What? I can't believe this. You're literally handing me a lawsuit against you with a straight face. Of course. All this Mora, it's a pittance to you, isn't it? Must be nice to have the luxury of prior success and fame. Look at us. We're huge stars. One minute we want to go on stage. The next we feel like backing out of the contract. But that's okay. We're famous. We can afford it. You have no respect for other people's work. You're treating other people's hopes and dreams like a big joke.
No, you're the joke.
You don't give a hoot how much this show means to other people. You don't even care that the whole production might have to shut down because of you.
No, you're talking a load of crap.
That's not true. I do care. And I'm under no illusion as to how much this show means to you.
Oh, brilliant deduction there. Of course it means a lot to me. This is my show. That's the only reason I asked you to be in it in the first place.
Yeah, it'll make you...
Really? Then why do your eyes tell a different story? The way you look at me, it's full of contempt. Almost as if I've destroyed your work of art.
He's the one who was looking at Lynette with contempt.
What? I would never think that.
Oh,
A
really?
couple days ago, I asked some associates to do some digging for me. I was interested to know who else you invited to play the lead apart from Lynette. Surprise, surprise. Turns out that all the other famous actresses you asked either had prior commitments or weren't a good fit for the role. They all turned you down.
You only wanted a
And
big
I
name.
would have turned you down too, if not for an unlikely set of coincidences.
You didn't send those invitations because you were looking for a better actress than Jillian, but because your investor wanted a big name in your show, right?
Director Mariyu.
Clear as day that Jillian is an outstanding actress, but the fame was the key factor. That was the one thing she didn't have. And you're just trying to use other people. You're trying to play the victim while you're just using other people. It just...
To get Maloney on your side, you chose to make Jillian the understudy, and then look for an opportunity for her to take the lead.
But then Lynette actually accepted your invitation, and her acting debut was sure to attract attention.
I bet you were torn at first, weren't you? Do you stick to the tried and tested formula? Choose Lynette, use her celebrity to get the critics on your side so that you and your investors can line your pockets?
Or do you choose Jillian, so that you and your longtime collaborator can stage the show of your dreams, the original, unedited version of The Lost Puppet?
You did it because of the pressure from your investors or because you were lured by the money. Ultimately, you betrayed yourself.
Oh, I didn't. I didn't betray myself.
Really?
You mentioned prior success and fame earlier, but you're a well-known director yourself, with countless works to your name. Wouldn't that make you successful too?
Yeah.
Or maybe, deep down, none of your current achievements really count as success to you.
You just want...
Right now, you have an opportunity to send Jillian onto that stage and perform the second half as you always imagined it, faithful to your original script.
And
your work would be displayed for all of Fontaine to see in its true, perfect form.
Indeed.
Did you say perfect?
Will you keep pursuing a kind of success that you don't even value at the cost of your own artistic integrity?
Or will you act now before Maloney and the critics can protest and make your dream come true on the stage? And Jillian's dream. In fact, the dreams of the whole troupe.
Indeed.
The whole troupe?
Yes.
Director Mariyu.
Everyone.
Actually, most of the money Lenny brought came from us. We all chipped in.
We've worked with you for many years now. Your troupe has been here for you all the way from the empty theaters where we first performed to the Opera House today. We watched as you slowly started down a path you used to despise. The path of powerful connections, drinks receptions, backdoor deals with critics, and collaborations based on fame instead of talent.
Indeed.
But this is just a temporary measure. I did it for the good of the troupe.
Yeah.
And besides, this is how the whole industry works. Everyone else is doing it.
Does that really justify it? If there's a problem with the industry, then change the industry. Don't just yes, it's easier to just go down the path of the industry. But just because everyone else is doing it doesn't mean that you have to. You can make a difference. You can decide to do something different. You can decide to be the outlier. And sure, maybe no one will notice. Maybe everyone will be maybe no one will notice. Maybe everyone will call you out and be like and say you're unremarkable. You're worthless. You're useless. There's nothing there. But you know what? At least you'll be proud that you did not jump down the path that everyone else uses to get their fame. At least you know Like, at least you can be proud of yourself and know that you're doing something that you like, and that you're not just doing it for the money, that you're not just doing it for the fame, that you're doing it for the art. You're doing it for yourself. Excuse me. Sorry. Don't like how the industry is, then be the first step in changing that industry. You can, no matter how hopeless it may seem, there's always hope. There's always hope that you could be the first step. Every movement has with every idea, every revolution, there's one man with an idea. One person, one animal, one creature, one living being with an idea. And that idea had to start from somewhere. And if everyone with an idea just gave up, then the industry would have gone stale. Gone stale. You can be the change. You can be the catalyst of the change that you want to see. You just need to take that step. Hard. Won't be easy. But you can be that. You can be the first step. Be the start of a revolution. Courage.
Yes, we know. Back when you started, you had to bite the bullet and do these things to keep the troop afloat. But then what happened? You began to embrace these methods more and more, becoming so reliant on them that every show you put out is overhyped by the media, and every script you write is edited to suit some celebrity's needs. Surely you must have noticed what's happening. While we've been performing at bigger and bigger theaters with each show, the applause is getting quieter and quieter each night. And the criticism from people who've seen the show is growing.
Yeah.
Maloney's friends are sycophants. They don't care if the audience is disappointed because the show doesn't live up to their glowing reviews. They praise the things they like and skirt around the things they don't.
Look, I know everyone's using the same promotional tactics, but does that really make it okay?
Yeah, no, it doesn't.
Well, it's just a stopgap.
Stop using excuses already!
As soon as I've made enough Mora, I'll stop. Things will be different next time.
When will be next time?
Promise.
Next time, huh? Yeah. Next time, you won't use your connections. Next time, you won't pay off the critics. Next time, you'll let Julian play the lead.
Unfortunately, it doesn't work like that. If you make some money once, you'll want to do it again, then again. Slowly but surely, you turn your back on your dreams.
Yeah.
I won't turn my back on my dreams any longer, Director Mariyu. Never again.
Me neither.
Today's the day. Time to live your dreams. 12, we need over 25. 13, 18, 21, 24. You literally need a 1. And I don't think there's a 0. So I think...
Had dreams too.
Yeah. Threw away. Now dig them back up. Go back in the trash and take it back. Go into the trash and bring your dreams back. Remember the pride you had. Even if it means, bathing in the trash that you threw your dreams in. Now you will have pride. An unknown period of time elapsed before a group of mechanical puppets finally cleared the rubble. Lead the protagonist and reactivated. Told her, "We've been buried here for thousands of years. The mechanical puppets now rule the world." Now that the puppets who had started the uprising were none other than the protagonist's companions, whom she had rescued. The protagonist was prepared as a hero. Puppets ask the protagonist what she wishes for.
Huh. The plot here seems a little different from what the reviews said.
The protagonist wanted to return to the stage, so the puppets replaced all her parts with the latest ones available, built her a grand opera house, and summoned a huge audience.
And in the end, she forgot herself amidst the applause and cheers of her fellow puppets.
Hey, no spoilers! Huh? Wait, hang on, that's not even what's happening. The set has changed back to the one from the first act.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Archons. Please let this work out.
No need to be so nervous, Director Mariu. We only told you Lynette would be quitting the show to get you to make a decision. We wanted you to believe that this show would have to end after today, no matter what you decided. But in truth, I believe that if we choose our words carefully, there's no reason we can't get Maloney to come around and keep the show going.
And he's putting an experience at fooling people to work. Definitely keep in touch.
You really thought this plan through. But I'm not upset about what you've done. What's worrying me now isn't how Maloney will react or whether the show will get cancelled. It's the audience. I've always thought the original script is better, but will it move them like I've always hoped? When Jillian does her curtain call, will they applaud her? What if people only came to see the show for Lynette? And because of the reviews, what if they don't really care about the show at all?
You really think that everyone in the audience is as you really think everyone in the audience is as self-absorbed in celebrity culture as your critics, or as those people that you pay off as your investors? Are they really as one-dimensional as you think? Have some faith in your fellow humans.
It feels like I've been hiding inside my safe little castle for too long. And now I'm scared to go outside the walls and hear what people really think.
We're right here with you. We'll watch it to the end.
The protagonist rejects the other puppet's offer of new parts and a grand stage built in her honor. Her only wish is to see her companions again. She is told they gave their lives for the revolution. Their bodies lie buried in the ruins where the protagonist returns to the ruins again alone, where her journey first began. Last dance before the graves of her circuitry out. Her parts come from her body. I think until body comes. Taken her thousands of years, at last, finally found her.
Wow. Okay, this ending is much better.
You see?
I love how they brought back the set from Act 1 and gave it a whole new meaning.
Yep.
What a fantastic twist.
Time for the curtain call. It's the moment of truth. Will the applause continue after I take off the mask? I could always leave my mask on. No one would ever know.
Yeah. I mean, most people are still applauding. Stay, even the arenas. Okay.
This is what fame looks like when it's truly deserved.
Maybe hope for you just yet.
Jillian, you were amazing! Syra was tearing up when you did your final solo dance.
Well, so are you.
Impressive!
I was so nervous. My legs felt like they turned to jelly.
What looked like an actor unsteady on her feet was in fact a poignant expression of the protagonist's frailty in her last moments. Or whatever.
No, I can't take any more of that. Ugh.
Hey, Mario! What the heck was that? Why wasn't Lynette playing the lead?
Oh, shut up.
Our articles are already going to press. You better have a good explanation for this.
It was my...
Hey now, it was all of our...
Hold on. The decision was mine, and mine alone. They had nothing to do with it. If you have any concerns, gentlemen, then please direct them to me.
Marry you? So it was you? Well then, I trust you'll have no objection to me pulling the plug on this production.
Time for Act 5.
Director Mariu, Mr. Maloney, what on earth is going on? Why was Lynette not in the lead role? It took a lot of convincing from me for her to accept the role, and I had to turn down some big work opportunities to come and watch her performance today. You have some explaining to do.
Oh boy.
Lenny, it was all his idea. Marry you. Explain yourself.
Wait, Linny, as a matter of fact, this was a piece of performance art. In this play, the masks and costumes serve to obscure the differences between characters, and by extension, the difference between human and machine. We took that idea to the next level with an actor swap, blurring the lines between one performer and the next. So it's in service of the ambitious artistic goals of the production.
What?
It's similar to deceiving the audience in a magic show. We employed this technique as a means of breaking the fourth wall. It allows the audience to more intuitively understand the cognitive dissonance felt by the protagonist as a machine trying to reconcile the notion of her humanity. The audience's experience mirrors the protagonist's own confusion and becomes part of the artistic performance itself.
Hold up. What is this nonsense?
Art.
Oh, I see.
Beauty.
Well, bravo, Director Mariu. You even had me fooled.
That's probably more because you just don't really understand avant-garde art very well, Lenny.
Yeah.
Maybe so, maybe so. Well, perhaps it went over my head, but I'm sure our experts here saw the whole thing coming a mile away.
Yep.
You must have worked it out by the end of the first half, surely.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Amory, I just heard that you managed to write your review after just the first 2 acts.
Wow, I'm sure that will help Director Mariu. Like, I'm sure that'll help Director Mariu with setting up future audiences up for a surprise twist at the end.
Yes, you're right. Director Mariu and I are old friends. You should have said something. Then I could have played along even better.
Yes, well, to deceive the audience, you must first deceive your closest companions. I have to give credit to Lynette and her experience in performing magic. That's what inspired me to take my art to the next level.
You mean your show was partly inspired by Lynette's background in magic? Well, in that case, I'll have to plug it to everyone I know.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I think Mr. Maloney is going to cancel the show.
What a shame.
Cancel the show? Mr. Maloney, is this true?
How could you?
While I accept that deceiving the audience in the manner you did certainly has artistic merit, this is not a magic show, and we don't want our audience demanding their money back.
Well, are they?
A valid criticism, and one that I humbly accept. If that happens, we're prepared to reimburse and apologize to any audience members who weren't satisfied with the experience.
But based on the reactions today, I think what people most want to see is an excellent piece of theater and not celebrity cameos.
Plus, it looks like Jillian is better than me at delivering the excellence people want to see. I'm sure audiences will be very happy with the show if she's allowed to stay in the leading role.
Some reviews have said that Lynette gave the performance of the year. Wouldn't you say Jillian's was the performance of a lifetime?
Maloney, I believe there should still be time to tweak my article. From the look on Lynette's face, I think she's being sincere.
Oh, one other thing. We managed to get a meeting with Lady Farina earlier. All thanks to the Traveler's reputation, of course.
Of course.
Anyway, she agreed to write a review focusing on Jillian's performance and the quality of the show as a whole. She promised to give her honest opinion. And I'm sure today's audience will be discussing her performance too. There's sure to be a variety of opinions.
What about you, Mr. Corton? How would you rate the show?
Oh, I mean, art at its finest, clearly. But I'll have to give it some thought before I decide exactly what to write.
Oh, of course. Always good to put some thought into these things. Especially now, with a growing range of voices out there. I imagine competition for readers becomes more fierce when everyone's discussing the topic.
Quarantan, Amory, let's go.
Bye-bye.
Do you think this move needs jazzing up a little? Not jazzing up, per se. I was thinking more like break it down, you know?
Like breaking. Break it down like we're breaking at the Olympics.
Gina? You snuck in? When? I thought I told you no visiting me at work.
Was it?
I'm sorry, Jillian, but I had to come.
Oh. Where they have a out.
Thank you both so much. Without the two of you, who knows how much further down that cynical path I would have gone. I always told myself that once I'd made enough Mora, I'd get back to doing what I loved. But somewhere along the way, I started to lose sight of what that was.
Don't let go.
Just like those critics with their dishonest reviews, I became all about the trappings of success, at the expense of the art itself.
Came to your senses just in time. Got an amazing group of talented people behind you. Just don't forget about it.
You're right. Yes. I'm a very lucky man.
Run to them.
Anyway, enough about my problems. What are we going to do about the threat letter that Lynette received?
Oh, that's
I've
fine.
been looking into it a lot over the past couple of days, but it doesn't seem like it was one of our competitors after all.
It's fine.
Ah, yes, about that.
Yari.
Lynette, do you have a moment?
Wait, you're Jillian's sister, right?
I'm sorry. Gina insisted on coming to see Lynette. I couldn't stop her.
Lynette, I'm sorry!
It shot me a glance. I think she's not sure about which mode to use. Need a 6? Well, we need a 1. So it's... wow, we got almost a dirty 20.
Yeah, me neither.
Wait, but...
Oh, do you mean when we ran into you at the Full of Sandra? And you said some mean things to me? As I recall, you were only trying to look out for your sister. It was just a few words spoken in anger. Don't worry. Whatever it was you said, I've already forgotten.
Oh. I see. Well, it sounds like Gina knows what she did was wrong. Owning up to your mistakes and committing to do better in the future is what counts.
I understand that feeling of wanting to stand up for your family when they're being mistreated. Really, I do. But next time, maybe consider a different tactic? Something you can pull off more effectively.
Alright.
And without arousing suspicion.
Alright, that's enough ideas. Stop getting right, yes!
Got it. Thank you, Lynette.
Maybe don't give her ideas of murder.
I'm missing something here.
Maybe.
Hey, here you are. I was wondering where you'd all run off to. Great! Everyone's in one place. That makes this so much easier.
What up?
What do you think? It's group photo time. We have to commemorate...
Hey, Einstein, I'm on your side!
Director's Edition. Okay, everyone, we all have pretty awkward smiles on our faces in the photo from Hotel de Boer, so this time, no forced smiles allowed.
Yeah!
Oh, am I really not allowed to force a smile?
Smiling tough for you?
I'll try, I suppose. I think I can manage.
Lynette, Traveler, come on. You two should be right in the middle.
What? Why?
3,
Why me?
2, 1, smile!
I was just here for the ride. That's true. No, that's true. All right, we got one more ending. That's all, folks. Oh.
Thank you both so much. I always told myself that, just like those critics, you're right. Yeah.
That letter? I was the one who wrote it.
What?
Gina? So it was you?
Director, it's time for... Oh, okay. Weird energy here. I think we came at a bad time.
Lynette, Gina must have been worried sick about me. I'm sure even she wouldn't do something so stupid if she was in her right mind. I'm so sorry. I promise I'll make it up to you somehow.
Jillian, no! This is completely my fault, and I'm the one who should have to bear the consequences. I got the wrong end of the stick and completely misjudged Lynette.
You're Lynette saying.
Well, since I haven't actually suffered any losses, seeking redress could be difficult. Maybe we could just let this one slide?
Really? Are you sure?
After all, Gina wouldn't be the first person to ever misjudge me, right?
True. True.
In any case, I think we can all agree it was a misunderstanding and nothing more. No need to overcomplicate things.
But still, I was wrong to write that letter. I should own up to my actions, make it up to you in some way.
Is it to say you're really stubborn?
If that's what you really want, then how about helping out backstage?
Huh? Backstage?
The crew could always use an extra hand. Plus, it'll give your older sister a chance to keep an eye on you and stop you getting into any more trouble.
Thank you, Lynette. Really, thank you so much.
Huh? Oh. Finally awake.
Is it? I'm so much more at home here in the audience. I get to sit on a comfy seat, and I don't have to activate my energy-consuming modes all the time.
Yeah, I got more than she bargained for. Gave her your supporting role in the play too.
Mary, you said she's a very promising young actress.
Huh?
And she has natural chemistry with her older sister.
Of course.
In their capable hands, the show doesn't need me to attract an audience anymore. Phew. Freedom at last.
Oh, still even a little bit?
Fame is more trouble than it's worth.
Yeah.
I'd rather leave that side of things to my brother and the others.
Same.
I'm happiest when I get to sit in a quiet place, watch them do their thing, and cheer them on. Yep, exactly like I'm doing now.
There are some people, whether it's on stage. Oh, wow. Wow, this is quite the seat. Wow. All endings reached. Done. That's every hangout done for now. But next time, we have one more. We have one more story quest. Like, one more story quest left before the next version messes things up for us. But yeah, soon we'll it's been a wild ride, but soon we'll actually have Genshin. We'll actually be able to play, like, actually have Genshin weeks where we'll actually be doing something else, not story related, or might not even do Genshin stuff. and just it on our own time. You know, like we normally do. But yeah. What a ride. What a ride that was. Oh wee.
Ad Astra.
What a ride.
Thank you for
Yeah. Quite the quite a show we had. We had we had an like we had a like it was such a strange thing because but you also I mean using the photometer was also really cool, yeah, like really cool addition. Plus, we get the gadget. We get a photometer gadget to keep. As long as you believe in your bond with the car, the number shown. As long as you believe in your bond with the car, the numbers. But he said that. Let's just tentatively take his words with a. Yeah, this is such a cool. I mean, yeah, we rolled a 19. Also, it's a interesting. It's a 2D. The 2D like 2D sprite. There's a 2D texture, so it's always facing you. So yeah, now you could. I mean, I say it's a cool. I say it's a cool feature, but it's literally just rolling the dice. It's literally rolling a d20. You're literally rolling a d20. I mean, who knows? Maybe someone could do a bunch of rolls and see if it's actually a 1 in 20 chance to get whatever number. Regardless, it's a bit of fun. Timer. One of these days we're gonna have to probably have to do that. But sometimes I just don't want to. No. Sometimes you just gotta. Sometimes you just have those days where you just gotta put your foot down and say, "I don't wanna." Just, I mean, well, maybe without the whining. Something is kind of known with that kind of. But I mean, just I'm just saying. Because as much as I would love to be able to go to work, or not, or be able to say I don't want to go to work, it's it's one of the you still do gotta do this. Don't want to do. Or some things you just don't want to do, but you got necessary.
This realm.
Boop and boop. Yes. Yes.
If you ever had.
Sometimes you just like, I mean, because like, just because like I could do a bunch of things in Genshin right now and just do other things, like or like do like spend resin or play GDs.
But it's such fine weather for a... Oh, all right. I suppose a few rounds before my nap can't hurt. Leaving so soon, cutie? I feel sleepy already.
Get me sleepy already. Don't get me sleepy. I don't want to sleep yet. It's gonna. That's whenever I go to, no matter, I go to bed too early, then I wake up later, and then I get sleepy later. Why is my life so hard? Why is it always so hard and only for me? I'm grabbing that. Before we call it for tonight, about just how about we? Did I get another 2 of those? Oh wait, it was probably from today. Why don't we just like see if we get lucky? I'm probably not gonna like. I'm honestly considering skipping her, unless her story quest changes my mind. I'm pretty much letting her story quest decide for me. Decide whether or not I want to keep trying for her, or just wait until the next banner, which will probably be a Natlan, really. Or I don't know. But anyway, let's go. I'm gonna call here for tonight, and I'm gonna try to stay awake. Like, well, I mean, stay awake for the rest of today, or for my day. Oh, special program version 5.0 is live? Huh. Neat. Well, I mean, it's not like I'm gonna be watching it. Yeah. Yeah. Still, I do wonder how. I do sometimes wonder how like how exactly the timeline works with these hangouts. Considering we keep having weird, like, considering we like we kind of go back in time and redo events and stuff. It seems a little odd, you know? But anyway, that's gonna be it for tonight. Thanks everyone for stopping by. Have a good night. God bless, and I'll see you next time. Bye. Yeah.